waiting on one board member and commissioner, and we may have to start, but we'll wait and give her just one more minute.
So where are you from?
Very thoughtful. I'm sorry.
So we were just talking about whether you could fly or drive to Europe. Did you drive?
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I was going to give her a minute, but we're ready to go.
What did you think about the dinner last night?
Yeah.
Here she comes.
Were you from my favorite was the risotto. It's good. Did you get the mushroom one or the cheesy yellowy? The cheesy. No, the vegetarian's got mushrooms like that. Oh, look better. It's at my table. Wow. Usually the vegetarians get something else.
Smiling, happy faces, and we're going to go ahead and get started because we have a long agenda today, so I don't want to be too late. Today is July the 31st, 2026, and it is now 8:32. This meeting of the Antiquities Advisory Board has been properly posted with the Secretary of State's office according to the provisions of the Texas Open Meetings Act, Chapter 551, Texas Government Code. The members may discuss and/or take action on any of the items listed in the agenda. Commissioners, for the record, please state your name and your city of residence, and we'll start down with Bill.
William DuPont. Bob Ward.
Laura Carrera, Houston.
Scott Pletka, Dripping Springs.
Lilia Garcia, Commissioner, Raymondville.
Kay Hines, Pleasanton.
Laurie Limbacher, Austin. We may just be doing that.
Yeah, just for the,
the antiquities.
okay. Thank you. We have a quorum
The
present.
line, do not cross.
We do have 3 absences that we will excuse. Doug Boyd, Paul Spellman, and Christina Nielsen were not able to be here this morning, so we will excuse those absences. The meetings of the previous meeting from April the 8th, 2026 have been distributed. Are there any corrections or objections? I do have one correction. That would be that under the board members, that we delete Eleanor Stoddard, Rick Lewis, and Joaquin Revalla Martinez, and add Bill DuPont, Scott Pletka, and Laura Carrera, who were present at that meeting. Are there any other corrections? If not, I move to approve the minutes as corrected. Okay, we're ready for our reports. Okay, I see that staff has on the screen a wonderful slide of our dear friend and colleague, Dan Utley. And at this time, I would like Bob to maybe say a few words about Dan.
Hello, can you hear me? Dan Utley, for everyone who knows him and also especially for those who don't, was an amazing historian. Dan was very well known for his oral histories and his markers. I've been told that he put out about 1,000 markers for the THC over his time. He was also an educator. He was an author. I have a whole shelf full of books of his that range from markers to forts to golf courses and poetry. He was a very eclectic person who had interest in all kinds of things. But more than just being an historian, Dan was an incredible person. He was always a great mentor, educator, like I said, and if you needed something, Dan would help you with it, and he'd give you an honest, objective answer. So I could always go to Dan for anything I needed and always know that whatever he told me was in my best interest, and he was always helpful. So I guess over and above his qualities as a historian and an oral historian is just the fact that he's probably one of the most genuine people I've ever known, and I can always be proud to say he was my friend. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. I know for many of us, and I didn't know Dan as well as many of you, but I always had just the greatest respect for him, and he was just such a fine gentleman. So I know it's a real loss for many of Texans, and particularly for the staff who were very close to Dan. So anyway, okay. Brad, are you up, or Elizabeth? Who's, okay. Archaeology. I see it on the screen.
I don't think it's turned on, but I don't need it anyway. I'm Brad Jones. I'm the Archaeology Division Director and State Archaeologist, and I'm going to give you my standard update on what's been going on in the permitting world. This past quarter, we issued 135 Antiquities Code permits for archaeological projects across the state. That's a small increase over the previous quarter last year, and a pretty large increase actually over the past quarter we just went through. So it shows that there's a lot of work continuing to go on across Texas on our state lands. Breaking it down, again, for those of you on the board, you've seen this many times. Most of our archaeological permits which are issued are for intensive survey, so projects which are going out and looking at project areas to determine whether or not there are cultural resources and archaeological sites that might be impacted by the construction project. In addition to that, we've had a number of monitoring projects, which are projects where essentially we can't do the archaeology ahead of time, so we'll have an archaeologist on site monitoring construction, or if there's a potential that there might be something there and we want someone to be on site. We have a few testing projects, and testing projects are projects that go in and are doing archaeological testing of a known site to determine whether or not it is eligible for a state antiquities landmark or National Register designation. And we have then data recovery projects, 3 this past quarter, which once something is determined eligible and if a project cannot avoid it and is going to have an adverse effect to it, archaeologists go in and conduct excavations in order to mitigate that potential adverse effect. And finally, we had 3 underwater surveys. I always like to remind people that Texas, along with Florida, have the largest offshore jurisdictions. We claim 10 miles out into the Gulf. And any project that goes through there and has potential to impact cultural resources, we have underwater surveys undertaken. So we had 3 the past quarter, and that concludes my presentation, unless there are questions.
Any questions for Brad? Thank you, Brad.
You're welcome.
Elizabeth?
All right, good morning, Antiquities Advisory Board members. I'm Elizabeth Brummett, Director of the Division of Architecture. During the 3rd quarter, we had strong permitting activity with 24 historic buildings and structures permits issued. You've got a complete list in your packet. They included primarily rehabilitation permits, a high number of new construction and restoration permits as well. And that ranged from grant-funded activity at some courthouses, a number of plaques and benches, other commemorative elements at county courthouses, an elevator modernization at a county courthouse. For one of our historic sites, we issued a permit for roof replacement at the French Legation. At Rose Hill in Port Arthur, there was a permit for a levee size increase that is part of a much larger project that our staff worked on extensively to understand the impacts on this and other historic properties in Port Arthur. But it's a very important flood control measure. And that concludes my report as well.
Wow, those were fast today.
Yes, all the excitement is later.
Okay, well, we're actually going to be ahead of time then, so we'll take a about a 15-minute break until 9 o'clock so that we convene with the full commission.
got it. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll begin in 5 minutes. Okay, good morning, everyone. It's 9 o'clock. Welcome to the quarterly meeting of the Texas Historical Commission. To avoid any disruptions, please silence your phones at this time. Public comments will be taken here in just a minute. They'll be in person only. If anyone would like to address the commission, please fill out one of these forms. Okay, it is July 31, 2026. It is now 9:01 a.m. This meeting of the Texas Historical Commission has been properly posted with the Secretary of State's office according to the provisions of the Texas Open Meetings Act, Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code. The Commission may discuss and/or take action on any of the items listed on the agenda. So obviously, I'd like to say welcome to everyone here, and please stand for the pledges of allegiance. If I can stand up. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. Thank you, everyone. Now, commissioners, for the record, please state your name and city of residence, starting with the far right.
Is that me? Yeah. David Gravel, Highland Park.
Mike Hagee, Fredericksburg.
Dick Tipp, San Antonio.
Pete Peterson, Alpine.
John Crane, Dallas.
Garrett Donnelly, Midland.
John Now, Houston.
Catherine McKnight, Dallas.
Bobby Lee, Amarillo.
Laurie Limbacher, Austin.
Kay Hines, Pleasanton.
Lilia Garcia, Raymondville.
Scott Pletka, Dripping Springs.
Laura Carrera, Houston.
Yeah. Thank you. I'll declare there is a quorum present. The meeting is open. We don't have any absences.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, that's right. We'll excuse the absence. Is everyone in agreement?
Yes.
No objections.
Oh, yeah.
Pardon? Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay. I'm sorry, I thought I heard some. Members of the public may address the commission concerning any matter within the authority of the commission. The chairman may limit the length of time available for each individual. Members of the public may address us concerning any matter within the authority of the commission. At this time, we'll begin to take public comment, and I will remind everyone that pretty strict on 3 minutes. So, Golda Foster. Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioner and Mr. Director, and welcome, Commissioners. I'm Chairman of the Tom Green County Historical Commission, and I hope in the last few days we've all had an opportunity to meet each other, and I hope you've fallen in love with San Angelo as much as the natives do, and we're very proud of our community. And to show you the support that we have as your volunteers, I'm proud to say that my county judge, the Honorable Lane Carter, is with us this morning. Judge Carter.
Good morning.
And we have Commissioner Chad Decker, Rick Bacon, and Commissioner Sean Nanny. And not with us at this moment is Ralph Holcher. But we're thrilled to have them here, and Judge Carter would like to speak to you for a moment.
Of course. Good morning, sir.
Well, good morning, Commissioners. Thank you all for being here. Judge Carter with Tom Green County. I'm here on behalf of the court to announce the best dressed suit today. So, Mr. Tips, thank you. Thank you for being here. We take pride in the history around San Angelo. We were the frontier back in the day, and as you see, the fort and the downtown historic San Angelo, exactly what we have here. We take very much pride in our area and maintaining that preservation of what we have till today. So it's been a pleasure to work with y'all through Ms. Golda Foster. Thank y'all for what y'all do, helping us maintain our area and the history, because we take pride. The history of what we have is the history that we show today in the personalities that we have with our public, with our personal offices. And thank y'all again for being here. So if you have any questions for me, you know where to find us.
Well, I'd like to, on behalf of the commission, say thank you for the hospitality. We've enjoyed it, and we'll be back.
We look forward to it.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Sam Collins. Morning.
Good morning. Chairman Now, Commissioners, and THC staff, thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. The Texas Historical Commission's mission is to protect and preserve our state's historic resources for the education, enjoyment, and benefit of present and future generations. Your philosophy is equally compelling: to save the real places that tell the real stories of Texas. That commitment to real stories carries with it a responsibility to tell the complete story of Texas. Today, I respectfully ask the Commission to continue that important work by ensuring that alongside the legacy of individuals like James W. Fannin Jr., we also remember the 39 enslaved people who became part of his estate after his death. Fannin is unquestionably an important figure in Texas history, but the history connected to Fannin did not end with his death. It continued in the lives of the men, women, and children who lived in bondage because of the institution of slavery. Their descendants are Texans, whose stories are every bit as authentic, enduring, and deserving of preservation. Among those stories are the lives of three brothers, Solomon Johnson, Pendleton Johnson, and Jerry Johnson. These three brothers were the sons of two Africans, Demando and Shako, smuggled into Texas. On June 19, 1865, they gained their freedom. Freedom, however, was only the beginning of their contribution to our state's history. Former enslaved men registered to vote, embracing the rights and responsibilities of citizenship during Reconstruction. Solomon Johnson became the first member of his family to purchase land. He later sold land to his brothers Pendleton and Jerry, helping to establish a foundation for future generations. Today, Jerry Johnson, in 2026, the youngest of the three brothers, still has 4 grandsons, correct, grandsons, only 2 generations from slavery, living in Texas. Solomon also has a great-granddaughter, 105-year-old Carrie Thomas, who still attends church in the community of Mims and leads the 19th of June celebrations there. Like Fannin, the Johnson's family roots in Texas extend back more than 190 years. Their story has survived slavery, emancipation, Reconstruction, and generations of change. It is a Texas story. Remembering Fannin and remembering the Johnson family are not competing acts of remembrance. They are complementary. One story cannot be fully understood without the other. The strength of Texas history lies in its honesty. When we preserve only the stories of leaders, we leave our history incomplete. This is why the museum at Levi Jordan is so important. It is not a footnote to Texas history, but the foundation of our Texas story. History is not diminished by adding names, it is strengthened by telling the truth. I ask the Commission to ensure that funding for the Levi Jordan project is a priority as part of the official historical interpretation of Texas and the expansion of the narrative of our Texas history. This is important not only to Texas history, but American history and world history. When Texas lead, we all succeed. Thank you for your service and your commitment to preserving the history of all Texas.
Thank you, Sam. Valerie Bates. Here she is.
Clearly. Good morning, Chair and Commissioners and staff. Happy to be here. May, June, and July. I'm Valerie Bates. I'm the site director for the Port Isabel Lighthouse. May, June, and July saw the Lighthouse expanding the programs we offered in conjunction with America 250 and the Lighthouse establishment. Our new educator quickly ramped up 26 programs with a total reach of 1,001 as of last night. We've been chasing 2022 summer admission numbers. Thought to be an anomaly because of the COVID effect, we're seeing this summer rival those numbers. July 2026, we had nearly 9,000 people climb to the top of the Lighthouse and nearly 14,000 visitors. We're now focused on our Lighthouse Keeper Summer Camp. That's the next 2 weeks. In October, we'll be co-hosting the Archaeology Fair at the Lighthouse. We're so excited about that with the Archaeology Division. Then December 9th marks the 5th anniversary of the installation of the Third Order Fresnel lens. We're already starting to polish it, literally, to get ready to celebrate that milestone. Monday, the site will be activated as we begin 150 days of growing pains. Our visitor center will move to the 75-square-foot garage while we are rehabbed. Late winter, early spring, we'll have new exhibits in the visitor center. We'll be starting on the classroom phase. We're already planning programs and how we can use that space to serve a growing audience. With a larger staff and the skill set to match, we've set some higher goals and are learning more ways to connect with our visitors. We're using postcards as one of those connecting tools. Participants are able to write a postcard and then we'll mail it for them. Here are a few highlights. We've sent 2 to South Korea in Korean, 1 to the UK, and all over the country. Messages of urgency on the back of a photo of the lighthouse range from, "I really, really hope you get a lizard," to Paul McCartney, "You are my favorite Beatle. Can you please read this on TikTok?" And a postcard that said, "Please answer my texts." We're thrilled that our participants are such enthusiastic writers, and their messages will help promote our site to an audience we would never be able to reach on our own. Thank you.
Thank you, Valerie, for everything you do.
Thank you, Chair.
Appreciate it. Allison Kendrick. Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioner, Chairman, and THC staff. My name is Allison Kendrick, and I'm the Executive Director of the Texas Plains Trail region. I first want to say thank you for the time that we've shared together this week. It's always encouraging to spend time with each of you and with the incredible staff of the Texas Historical Commission. The work you do on behalf of our state, our communities, and all of us in the Heritage Trails program truly makes a difference, and we're grateful for your leadership and continued support. One thing that I wanted to mention that has been really meaningful for the Plains Trail region this last fiscal year is I had the opportunity to invest in the next generation of heritage tourism professionals, thanks to the increased funding that our program received. I was able to hire a paid intern from Texas Tech University, and watching her discover that preserving history and sharing these stories of our communities as a career has been incredibly rewarding. I believe that mentorship is one of the best ways that we can ensure this work continues long after we're gone, and it's truly how I got my start in this field, so that's been an incredible experience, and thank you for that opportunity. Looking ahead, we're excited to welcome the Heritage Trails program, CHD staff, and THC staff to the Plains Trail region in 2 weeks in Amarillo. We'll be hosting our statewide meeting there. It's a wonderful opportunity to showcase our communities and highlight the partnerships and the panhandle that make our work possible. I also want to give a special shout out to Lindsay Adams with Goodnight Ranch State Historic Site and Rayanna Hoeft with Slayton Harvey House State Historic Site. They will be doing a special presentation for our program that week over the amazing public outreach and community development that our sites do and how the trails can continue to work alongside our sites. And also thank you to Bobby Lee, who will be on a panel with Beth Duke at Center City, and Cashin Smith with Visit Amarillo. We're excited to have the Heritage Trails Division hear from some great leaders in Amarillo and the historic sites. So thank you again for believing in the Heritage Trails program and investing in the people and places that make Texas unique. I came across a quote the other day for a project that I truly believe perfectly articulates our shared mission and is now my new computer background, but it's by the infamous William J. Murtaugh. He said, "Preservation engages the past in a conversation with the present over a mutual concern for the future." And I think that is exactly what we are doing together every day, connecting the communities, preserving their stories, and ensuring that future generations have a heritage that they're proud to inherit. Thank y'all.
Oh, thank you for what you're doing. When you all get together, remember, with the legislative session coming up, I need every one of the regions to work with their senators and representatives to make sure they know what you're doing, all right? Thank you. And Melissa Hagens, here we go.
Good morning, Commissioners, Chairman Nell, THC staff. My name is Melissa Hagens. I am the Executive Director of the Texas Pecos Trail. Welcome to West Texas. Not my region that you're in, but this is really close to my region, so we're glad to have you out here in West Texas. I just want to say thank you all for your support to the Heritage Trails program. I actually will be celebrating my 10-year anniversary tomorrow as the executive director of the Pecos Trail, and it's so exciting to see all the things that we've been able to accomplish over the years. And I want to say I'm very excited. I have a community coming up at the end of this year that will be hosting the Smithsonian Museum on Main Street exhibit, and that community is Fort Clark Springs in Brackettville. And the programming that they have planned, bringing John Wayne's Alamo Village group together for a reunion, and bringing all the different aspects of the fort, because it was established in 1852 and was decommissioned after World War II. So that area has had a lot of history in it, and very excited to see all the things that they have coming up. So I just want to say thank you again for all your support. Thank you for the increase in funding this year. It has really helped with the things that we are planning and moving forward with, the marketing that we are able to do, and showing support to our partners and our communities across the regions. So thank you.
Thank you. Let's see. Tammy Verdon. Hello, Tammy.
Good morning, Chairman. Good morning, Commissioners and THC staff. Thank you so much for choosing San Angelo to have your quarterly commission meeting. I hope that you guys have felt the hospitality and have partaken in all the exciting things that San Angelo has to offer, and maybe help stimulate the economy a little bit. If not, this afternoon, the shops are open, and I hope that you partake in that. I am Tammy Verdon, the Executive Director of the Texas Forks Trail Region, and on behalf of our board, we are thankful that you're here once again. And we enjoyed a full day of tours on Wednesday. So if you were not available to partake in tours, talk to your colleagues next to you, because I hope that they had a great time, and I hope that they had some eye-opening experiences. I do, again, want to say thank you for your support. As a Heritage Trail region, it is felt, and we have appreciated the networking opportunities the last couple of days that these events provide for us. We've had some great one-on-one conversations. I hope that we were able to enlighten and give information that's heartfelt, and I hope you feel how passionate we are about our positions and what we do around the state. And I want to give a shout out to Melissa Higgins and Allison Kendrick, Texas Pecos Trail Region, Texas Plains Trail Region, for coming in and helping with the tours and kind of being my ride or die. It is a job that we all do individually in our regions, but we do it so much better together. And the West Texas group, we try to pull together and help one another. It does take a village, and I feel like without that, it doesn't run smoothly. So I want to say thank you to them too. Thank you, and I hope that you enjoy the rest of your day and safe travels back.
Thank you, Tammy. No, no comment. All right. We are now at the joint AAB presentation, so I'm going to turn it over to someone down. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Chairman. Now, we will now move on to, are we going to have the update on the Alamo plan?
What, Mayor?
Judge. Hope, is that you, or the update? Okay.
Good morning. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Joseph, and staff. Thank you. Let me start off by saying thank you. Thank you for all that you do to protect and preserve Texas historic resources. It is truly an honor for us to partner with you on this important, most important work. So our team and I are here to update you on some of the exciting things that are happening at the Alamo. But before I do that, I want to recognize two important people that are on our team, and that is Ms. Pam Rosser, who is our head conservator, who's been with us for over 20 years, and who certainly, as all of you know and who have worked with her, is very protective of our sources there. And then, of course, we've got George Jaramillo, who is here from the General Land Office. He is the head project manager on Alamo Restoration from the General Land Office. And George, I want to make sure that you thank the Commissioner for her leadership and all the support that she offers us, because we're making great progress. It's an exciting time at the Alamo. At this time, I'd like to show you a couple of slides on the two most recent projects that we've completed, and that is the Paseo del Alamo. So as you can see, the features native landscaping, beautiful water features, and an elevator that greatly improves accessibility for all of our guests. When you walk there, you can hear the water running. It's a very, very peaceful walkthrough. We're keeping the visitor experience at the forefront. We've also opened a beautiful new welcome center. Let's see if I can show it to you. Right there. Where our staff can answer questions and help guests choose from the many tours and experiences that we offer. The exhibit also honors Toribio Lozoya, who was born at the Alamo and lived just steps away from this location, and ultimately gave his life defending the Alamo. So as you can see, this is an exciting time for us. Basically, what the Paseo does is it connects the Alamo to the Riverwalk, and the Riverwalk to the Alamo. So you no longer have to ask, if you're on the Riverwalk, where's the Alamo? Because that's the most commonly asked question. And if you're at your Alamo, you don't have to ask, where's the Riverwalk? Because you'll be able to walk through there. And it's just beautiful. There's benches there. We've got some plans to make sure that we provide an environment that you can sit and just think about what you've just seen and appreciate the beautiful sight. So we hope that you will come and visit us. We'd love to escort you through the Paseo and show you a little bit more about what it's all about. At this time, it's my pleasure to introduce a man who, first of all, needs no introduction because we all know him, and that's Patrick Gallagher. Following his remarks, we will hear from Architexas. As you know, Architexas is one of Texas' premier preservation architecture firms, and we have with us Larry Ersick and John Allender and Sarah Patrick. Together, they have more than 70 years of experience. So I will turn it over to Patrick.
Thank you, Hope. Good morning, Commissioners. I'm proud to say this will be the shortest Alamo presentation that I've ever had to make. We are well into construction, as you know. Just a very quick update on the primary construction of Visitor Center and Museum. All the historic windows are going back into place on the Woolworth Building and the Crockett Building, and we are ahead of schedule on that. As you've just seen in Hope's slides, the lower Paseo is now fully operational. So as we promised, we maintain consistent interpretation around the site for visitors. Even though it's a massive construction site, it is still a very vital interpretive site for our visitors. So with the new education center, our collections building, all the new site interpretation, as you can see near the Lozoya House, we have exterior interpretation in almost every major location on the overall campus. So our visitors still have a very informed and educated visit. So by the next time we see you in October, hopefully the building will be fully enclosed. And once the building is fully enclosed, our exhibit fabrication team will begin to move on site. We are reviewing finishes and samples for the museum exhibits already, so that is well under construction. Our script has been finally approved and vetted, and it's going into implementation as part of the museum work. So we're really proud of where we are. New work being done on the 3D theater, or the 4D theater, and I'll update you on that in October with some very exciting news. As I'm sure you've all heard, Taylor Sheridan will now be our executive producer for the film, which has been an exciting new update to the project. and we'll have a full update with you on the 4D Theater in October. But again, thank you for all your support, and thank you for everything you've done for the Alamo. I know when you go, you will be just amazed to see what it's like on that site. And just as a footnote, work is beginning on the Menger Hotel, so the new updates to the Menger will come as part of our work in October to let you know what's happening with the Menger. And happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Patrick. And here, Architectus, good morning.
Great, good morning. Great to see you all this morning. Larry Ersick, Senior Principal with Architectus. We're the Preservation and Conservation.
Could you get the mic closer?
Yeah,
There
the
you go.
Preservation and
Thank you.
Conservation Architects overseeing the Alamo Church and Long Barrack. And what we're doing today is really giving you an update of the progress we're making in the advancement of the drawings in DD level right now. You know, one of the first things we really do when we start a project like this too, obviously there's so much history and background we have to get up to date on, but is really develop a really strong preservation methodology and philosophy that's really going to be, you know, core values that we're going to be guiding us on decision making for us and our entire team and leadership that we work with. And, you know, a few of those things I just wanted to mention, you know, obviously we're going to, you know, be under the strict guidelines of the Secretary of Interior standards. We're going to, everything we're doing, we're really trying to do a light touch, you know, no big moves. We're going to preserve the maximum amount of historic fabric on the artifacts and intervene only where necessary. We're also going to maintain authenticity, which is really important on the decisions we make. And then at the same time, you know, accept some appropriate imperfections that don't affect the long-term, you know, performance of the artifacts. And then lastly, make decisions that are based on what's best for the long-term preservation of the artifacts. I have to say, once we go through different options on things, that's kind of our last thing. Are we making the best decision for the long-term preservation of the artifacts? Not sure. Oh, I don't know if this is in the right order. Just a second. You want me to see if I can advance it? Okay.
Mechanical issue.
I think we have some switching of the slides here that we're going to adjust.
Just adds to the drama.
Yeah, no, that's great. Suspense.
I want to apologize. I'm not really sure what happened to the beautiful PowerPoint that was sent. It's not on the screen, and so we can share it with you all later today. But if it's okay, I would still like for Larry to go through and just provide an update. And you can close your eyes and just envision. I'm really sorry. I'm not sure why it's.
So are you asking to go on a pause? And
We can
then pick
pause
Pick
if
it back
that's.
up?
We can either pause or we can continue. It's really y'all's decision. If you would like to do a short pause.
Well, if you have some visuals, I think they'd be good for the commission.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
we'll continue, and you just tell us when you're ready. Or
Okay.
are you ready now?
Okay. We're going to pause and try to get that PowerPoint? Okay. And you want to then, I'm sorry? Okay. So do we want to take like a 3-minute
Break?
break?
Is that okay? Well, mine as well.
Okay.
Yes, I
I'm
could use a
really
cup of
sorry.
coffee.
Yeah.
Everybody needs coffee.
Lori needs coffee or water.
Not to be selfish, but I need
I'm
Okay, we're going to take a 3-minute equipment break. ready?
I'm ready.
Oh, good. Ready. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will reconvene in 2 minutes. Please take your seats. Are you all ready?
Yes.
Okay, folks, let's take our seats, please. You know how to build suspense.
Yeah, love it. Everybody's ready for this?
Okay.
Thank you,
Over to
John.
you. Go ahead.
Thank you, John. So the next thing I really want to speak about, start with, is the site, and then we'll move on to the church in the Long Barrack. So next slide. So on the site here, what we're depicting, and I'll have another one for the Long Barrack, but with the Alamo Church here is right in the center. The red line indicates what has been slowly refining as the limits of work. So it's not just what's immediately around the church itself. That's dictated by several things. Sometimes it's property lines, and other times it's connectivity to landscape or hardscaping features that exist or are master planned in the future that we're going to be building up to. One thing I guess I would like to note too is that on the north side and east side, one thing we're working with, and we haven't got total clearance from archaeology, but we're looking at doing some removal of grades that have been raised over time on those two sides of the building, and we're trying to get those grades back down to finished floor, because right now they're about 12 to 18 inches, that earth above the finished floor of the church. So we're trying to get that down so we don't have that condition. Another thing I would like to mention on an adjustment in our scope that happened a little while ago was west of the church, the plaza in the Paseo area. We're now taking on that scope of the project too, which we're really happy about, because it really is an anchor between the Long Barrack and the church, and it really is the foreground before you go up to the church. A few other things I did want to mention on this plan too is that we have developed an area that is depicted here in brown that's what we're calling preservation zones. And they're doing a lot for us, okay? They are allowing us to capture water off the canales and channel those to the perimeter for drainage, at the same time allowing for, during rain events, for the water to percolate into the soil and create a common moisture content around the artifacts. It's really important. What that zone does too, it's a crushed gravel. Color hasn't been fully selected, or with a stone curb, but we're going to do lots of mock-ups to look at different options. That also contains an area that has lights. It'll have termite control, and it also is going to be able to handle loads for equipment to come in for regular maintenance on the Alamo and Church project. In addition to that, one really important thing, and the reason we're making this change too, is that right now there are a lot of hardscape surfaces that go up to the artifacts. And that's creating some splashback that's really causing some deterioration at the base of those artifacts. So this is going to help a lot with that. We are going to do mock-ups of different size aggregates too, to see what's going to be the most beneficial for the project. Another thing that it does, kind of the last thing on this point, is it's giving us this relief zone in the ground plane for the artifacts that's different than sometimes a more contemporary paving material or edges around it. And it allows us to not have visitors get too close. We want them to get right up to it. The width of that varies. I'd say it's usually around 8 feet. But it can get larger, but it allows a zone where it's kind of a no-go zone for visitors, right? We don't want them touching the artifacts, because that can be detrimental to the buildings.
A little louder, I think.
Yes.
Over here on this corner, we're kind of losing you, so
Great.
maybe a little closer.
All right, thank you for saying that. John, can you go to the next slide? This is the same thing, Long Barrack. You can see the brown areas that are the preservation zones. Same thing, and it's doing the same effects as what I just described. Next slide. This is an image showing what that preservation zone would look like around the church. Next slide. So now I wanted to mention a few things on the church. And before I get into some specific things that we're looking at doing on windows and doors and grills, I did want to mention that there are a few scopes of work that I think you've seen before under previous schemes that we are not doing. I just wanted to clarify that so everybody understands there's some things we are not doing that were previously presented. One of them is an exterior glass airlock. Not happening.
Nope.
The sacristy extension on the north side, not happening. And then the last thing is a temporary sacristy door on the north side as well, and we are not doing that. So, you know, like I mentioned earlier, this is about looking at our methodology and philosophy and, you know, authenticity and a light touch are what come, you know, the reason these are not being done, to stay within that methodology that we've developed. Next slide. So next thing I want to talk about is doors. There has been a lot of evolution of doors on the west facade and even the north, where the exit is right now. These doors in particular are from 1988, and they are severely weathered. There's a lot of deterioration and rot on them. They are racking. They've had a really good life, but our decision has been made that we're going to remove those carefully, salvage them for ATI, and replicate them exactly without all those flaws. And we also have, you know, the original drawings for those doors as well, but we have those doors intact. Next slide. Windows, similar. These windows are from the 60s, okay? These are not original either. But they are a faithful period-style detailing with mortise and tenon pegs, but in really poor condition generally throughout. You can see here just an example of a lot of the conditions that occur on most all the windows with the rot and deterioration, some termite damage over the years. We have original drawings on these as well, but we've gone out and surveyed every single one. So we know exactly the sizes, the detailing, and we are looking at replicating those and making them operable as well, and reusing the existing hardware that is on those windows. One of the things I'm going to talk about next is the grills. We have some different varying styles and periods.
On the windows, are you sticking with the same type of wood?
Pam is actually going to be testing for the species we have. It's looking like we might even have a couple different species of wood. And I would say that our first choice is going to be to stay with the original if that is the best for the long-term longevity of the artifact and the finish on it. I have to say that's likely because they are very hard. I mean, the wood that's there is very hard.
Good.
Yeah, and it may not even be new wood, it may be salvaged wood. So yeah, a few things still up in the air on that. The grills are going to have to come out as part of that to get those windows out. And what we just switched to here was the next slide. There are some different grill designs. It's not real apparent right when you look at it. A few of them are outboard, most of them are inboard, but some different styles. What we're proposing is keeping all of them, but what we're going to do is we're going to cut the horizontal members off, like let's just say 1/4 inch from the stone. Take them out so we can get those windows out and in, but it's really not good for long-term preservation of the artifact to have that steel embedded in the stone and in the mortar joints. So instead of putting it back in like that, we're going to take those embeds out. And what we're going to do on the right-hand side, I hope you can see this, but we're basically going to be putting in these stainless steel plates into the timber frames of the windows in 4 locations. We are going to put holes in those, and basically it allows us to put them in, take them back out, and secure them with some tamper-proof nuts. So it's going to have the same look as it does right now, but the advantage of it is it allows us to maintain the windows in the future, and then still keep them secure and in place.
1 second. Have we signed off on this?
No.
Or is this new?
This is new.
So all the things I'm presenting today too, for the most part, have all been presented to ATI, APC, the Alamo Preservation Committee, GLO, and the Texas Historical Commission, with some caveat that a few refinements, Elizabeth hasn't seen on the site, that it just expanded a little bit. Okay, next slide. Yeah.
Regarding the grills on the windows, I'm still kind of catching my breath because I ran to my car at the visitors' parking lot to get the thumb drive. But I'm so glad that John is here and is able to help, but I'm a little out of breath, so pardon me. So regarding the grills, if we put the grills back, as you can see in this slide, you can see where the grill is connected to the artifact going through a piece of stone. And that is what we don't want to do. If we're going to take them out, we don't want to put the grills back into the stone. And in keeping the grills in their configuration is why we keep them in their configuration, but then we can modify them a little bit to where they're connected directly to the window frame. And so that's what we thought would really be in the best care of the artifact. But any comments or questions, concerns, if you all have another methodology recommendation, we're up for any comments.
You don't want that coming from me, but definitely you all need to zero in on this.
Sure. Well, shall we wait until you have the opportunity to review it, or do you want extemporaneous comments now?
Well, it would be wonderful if we could have comments before we go for permit, which will be and sometime in early 2027. So you have time to muddle over this, and if you want to come to the site and walk through, or we can send you more photos.
In general, I understand the logic, and I understand the alarm, but I think I get what you're trying to do, and it makes sense. So, but I'll work with Elizabeth if that's okay.
Okay.
Great.
Thank you.
Yeah, and that's good. And you'll just continue to get.
We have some questions from the AAB.
When you're done making your presentation, I will have a couple of questions, but I want to hear the whole thing.
Okay, good, because we're almost done, and I'm going to let everybody speak and then ask any questions they have. So, great. This is showing an example of the mortar, one of the mock-ups that were done. Pam and her team in the Conservation Lab have done so much research on the existing mortars, which there's multiple mortars from different eras, and then a lot of contemporary, let's call it, cement-based mortars that are really detrimental to the artifacts. So the plan is to do 100% repointing to the exterior and interior of both artifacts and some garden walls. What is shown here is the panel that's been reviewed and approved by THC staff and GLO, APC, ATI, and it's a mission, what we're calling it's the mission era mortar. And so it's got the correct strength that we need, texture, a specific sand that we're using, so we get this correct look and performance out of it in the future. Next slide. Let's go next slide, John. Oh, okay, I'm sorry. One thing I did want to speak about, it's my last thing, this is really just in closing, I'm sorry, is kind of our next steps. We just finished on July 10th our interim DD set. We're looking at our DD set actually being done right now. We're targeting the end of October. So we'll be giving another update to the commission at the end of October meeting. Hopefully that's pretty much going to involve all the things that have been developed for the entire site and building. Some of those things are not addressed in the current DD set. We also, I did want to mention that we do have monthly meetings, sometimes more frequent, with all the stakeholders at ATI, the Architectural Preservation Committee, with George, with GLO, and with Commissioner Buckingham, as well as THC staff that we meet with regularly too and review progress and options and making sure that we're doing an approach on every little thing that we do that's acceptable to all parties before we come back to the commission for our permit. We are having ongoing archaeology work done. It is affecting some of our work on site. A lot has been done. We have another month, maybe more, that's going to continue on that work. And then we have obviously ongoing assessment, testing, survey work that's occurring right now as we develop our documents. As far as permitting, we are looking at right now the TPE going to amendment to the existing permit at the end of January 2027. And then the church and Long Barrack are aligned at the same timeline, and we're looking at mid-2027 for those projects. So that's really the main things I wanted to cover and update you on today. So welcome right now to answer any questions or take any comments you have.
Larry, I have a question, and then I think Bill had some. I'm sorry, I was having trouble hearing you as well.
I'm sorry.
So you made some comment about archaeology, 12 to 18 inches, but I'm sorry, I didn't hear where you said that was going to be.
Yes. Well, and they've done a lot of archaeology already on the site. Some of it was done previously for the footings, but what we're looking at is areas on the northeast corner in particular, where we're looking at lowering grades because those grades have been raised over time. We're still going to have, when we lower the grades, positive drainage away from the artifact. But what we're trying to do is two things, honestly. One of them is we're trying to get the stone that's covered by dirt right now, that 12 or 18 inches, visible and open so that our grades get down to the finished floor, because that's where we really want it to be, to not have that moisture against the artifact and causing any damage or erosion.
So that's exterior, Larry? I'm sorry, exterior?
Yes, this is just the exterior of the church only.
Okay.
And then the other thing that it's doing, and hopefully this all gets cleared for archaeology, is we do have a couple schemes we're working on where we're actually looking at, with that lowered grade, we actually can get an ADA exit on the north door right now. Because right now, if y'all remember, if you go to the north door to exit, there's 3 steps to get out with no landing. It's not a great situation. And if people want to leave and they have accessibility needs, they have to go back out the entry right now. That still might happen if archaeology doesn't clear, but we are attempting to lower that grade for the preservation of the artifact, but also provide accessibility on the egress.
Okay, thank you. I didn't get all that when you said it originally, so.
Yeah, good, thanks.
Okay, hi, I'm Bill DuPont, and I had a couple of questions. First, let me just say, based on my 40 years of experience in preservation architecture and 19 years teaching at UT San Antonio, and now I'm at University of Houston, the work at the Alamo is exemplary. It's always first rate. I think that's a testament to great staff like Pam Rosser and the wonderful, talented professionals that have worked on the projects over many decades. So congratulations and for all the excellent care. In looking at this package and recognizing my role as an advisor to the Texas Historical Commissioners, my questions are in that vein. And let me just say, this is only my second AAB meeting, so I don't have the whole depth of knowledge of all the previous presentations that have come before. But what's being proposed on the face value looks very appropriate and smart and clever and innovative in a lot of ways. What I don't see, which I'd like to ask about, is some of the things you're talking in your presentation and what's not in our packet, which is the philosophical principles behind the decisions that are being made. Mm-hmm. You're making a lot of very complex, nuanced decisions that seem to all have a philosophical framework, but the written statement of what that philosophical framework is, we don't have, or I don't have. And then the other thing that's missing is a corollary to that, which often goes together with it, which is the materials conservation assessment, condition assessment report. And I know there's been a lot of studies and reports made about the Alamo, and some of them are ongoing in terms of diagnostic testing, and so it's sort of in progress. But typically when I would try to measure the validity, efficacy, authenticity issues of a conservation approach, I would be looking to also the condition assessment to understand the chronological change over time, all the things you just mentioned, but typically it's in sort of one concise report. Concise for the Alamo might be a few hundred pages.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
So I would ask for those things in order to be able to give good advice from my part as an AAB member.
Those are all great comments, honestly. The first one, as far as documentation for our analysis and recommendations, right now I would say those exist in meeting minutes that we have. It's not really in a consolidated form, but I think that could be a really good idea, honestly. We could easily do a spreadsheet or kind of a summary report that outlined all the major decisions that are being made and the conditions and why. I think that would be a good, honestly, just record for everybody in the future too. So yeah, let's work with Pam and our team on putting that together. I think it's a great idea because we all know it, but it's not documented that specifically, and I think that's a great idea. The second thing was on the architectural conservation. Wow, there's been some, I didn't present anything on it today, but there's been some great studies done in documentation of damage, and our process for that is that right now, mainly the Conservation Lab is going through and checking each item from that assessment and seeing if it's still valid or if adjustments need to change. And what we're doing is we're actually taking every single facade and elevation, exterior and interior, and a lot of times it's color-coded, it's hatched, and we are documenting exactly what is needing to get done and who's doing it, because some of that early work is actually in prep work, and cleaning is being done by the Conservation Lab. Other work is being done by the contractor, and so we're clearly defining what work is being done by the contractor, what's being done by ATI, and then all the levels of protection. And so I'm really looking forward to showing you those documents too. Literally it's stone by stone that we are documenting all of that. So yeah, I can see why that would be really helpful also, the previous thing, to get into more of a summary report form, which makes a lot of sense. And we could even submit that separately as part of our DD package for kind of our basis of design, let's say. So thank you for the comments, William.
I was just going to say that I think the more typical interaction we have is something that is already determined. You've already been through your methodical process, and you present in your permit application findings and backup information. Here you're talking about things that you're in preliminary development stages on, so it's more fluid than we're used to seeing. So.
Yes. Yeah, because really there's formally only the permit period in mid-2027, but what we're trying to do is we're actually having an advancement of DD at different levels for whether it's mechanical or structural or everything. It varies, but it's going to end up being consolidated into specific sets for pricing that's fully coordinated between our consultants. But what we're doing is we're vetting that through all the layers we have, with ATI, the Alamo Preservation Committee, and then THC, and then GLO. So what our plan is to get all that in front of everybody early, and as it's fresh, which is like what we're doing right now on these elements, and then ultimately it's going to culminate in our final permit set. We'll have everything that we've already reviewed and hopefully got everybody's staff level sign off on. So, and if there's an interim where we actually have something or a presentation to any committee members, would love that, honestly. So we'll work with Elizabeth on that.
Great, thank you, Larry.
I have a quick question for you too.
Yeah.
Is there somewhere where you're addressing the termites or obviously the water damage and the termites? If you're saying it's coming from termites, because that's what the report said, what are we doing to address that for not only for now, but for 100 years from now?
Yeah, we have specialists actually that we're on our team to come in and help do the assessment and understand not only what's there right now, and we haven't seen anything active, but we don't want any in the future as well on our new work. So they're going to give recommendations for the exact termite control system and what kind of monitoring needs to get done on that and warranty or lifespan is too. So we're working with someone local on that in San Antonio.
And one last question would be, when Pam was referring to the attachment back of the metalwork or the ironwork back to the either the building or to the window itself, you know, I'd like to see how you're going to put that back in there, because and be able to seal it, because that's a penetration into the wood that will be more anyway, it'll take more to put it back into the wood than it would be into the.
Yeah, we've been thinking about that too, and that's not fully developed, but, you know, and kind of different than a lot of windows too. This isn't a frame that's open, okay, with different individual members. It's a solid timber, and so we're going to be going back with that. So we have something solid to go into, but it is a joint, right? And those always have to be treated really specially and secured. So we are going to, as that advances, we'll bring that back too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions from the AAB or the commission before we move forward? If not, thank you, Larry.
Great. Thank you all for your comments.
Thank
Appreciate
you, Secretary Andrade, and thank you, Pam.
Yeah, I'm sorry. The next, I was going to be introducing John Mackerline with, he is our structural engineer and designer for the TPE, which you haven't seen the new updated TPE, temporary protective enclosure. So here's John.
Okay, sorry, I didn't realize that.
Good morning, Chair and fellow commissioners. My name's John Mackerline, and I'm the engineer of record for the temporary protective enclosure. That you saw one version of it earlier, about a year ago. And the latest update on the enclosure is we made tremendous, the original design feature of the enclosure was to allow archaeology to proceed around the site while the enclosure was up. And it was first envisioned that there would be simultaneous restoration and archaeology efforts, which was going to make things very challenging. Since that time, ATI's archaeology team has made tremendous strides around the site, and they've cleared almost all of the surrounding area of the church, which allowed us to make a better foundation decision for the TPE, the protective enclosure. What we also realized was how challenging the foundations would be as originally detailed. And really the protection of the artifact being paramount, we realized extends below grade. There are tremendous features below grade that was found by archaeology that are extremely sensitive. So we really made a macroscopic shift in the foundation type for the temporary protective enclosure. Along with that, we went through a very rigorous contractor selection method, and the contractor for the TPE structure has really global reach for equipment. So once they got involved, we were able to make some really good decisions for equipment selection, and we were really able to go to a really sleuth, lightweight roof system, which minimized the crane impacts on site and lifting of steelwork over the Alamo. The system that's going to be used is used in Europe, all over the world, really, on monuments of this type. And it's very lightweight, it's very nimble. It can be moved in position with workers and erected safely at the east end of the church, and then be rolled into position carefully over top the artifact. So those are the biggest changes that you'll see on some of the slides coming up. Again, the form of the TPE changed, but not the function, and the most important function being the protection of the artifact. So what you see here is a little bit more of a granular view of Larry's site logistics plan. And, you know, the blue are just where the tower is going to be. There are 2 stages of protection. There's going to be some construction equipment that's going to be erected that's going to support the roof of the TPE structure. Those towers are going to be buttressed on the inside as you get close to the artifact by a very lightweight, nimble, flexible scaffolding system. So you're going to have like a big brother, if you will, out here, and then you're going to have a very adaptive scaffolding system that's going to be erected on the inside that can really interact safely with the artifact and provide all the access for the masons. It can respond actively if needed, if there are areas of masonry that need to be stabilized. It can give that assistance back to, you know, the TPE structure. So this is a foundation view of it. We're going to We're undergoing a big effort right now with ATI to come up with a surface-bearing solution so that we don't do any below-grade excavations for the TPE structure. So we have some pretty interesting surface bearing, some ground improvements. We're working with the ATI's geotechnical engineers and not going below the 12-inch range so we don't impact archaeology at all. So that's really a big goal of ours right now. Next slide, John. So, yes, sorry.
I didn't know quite how to interpret that drawing. So the blue is the towers. What's the brown? Is that your scaffold system?
Yes, the brown is our scaffolding on the inside. It's also a little bit of a picture of the counterweights that are going to need it. So the structure is going to need to be erected, and since we don't have the opportunity to put deep foundations in, a lot of big counterweights are going to be brought in, concrete, and cast steel ingots on the inside so that they allow mason and conservator access on the inside. So that's what you'll see is they're basically like structural sleds, if you will, and then we're going to put some weights on it to keep it in position to sustain all the wind loading and any other loads that it needs to accept.
Thank you.
Sure. This is a cross-section of the latest design evolution. The blue towers, you can see, we tried to stay with the color, so the blue towers are what we just saw in plan view. The roof is similar to the original proposed system, but again, it's very lightweight. These pieces break down to about 20 feet or so, and I could lift one. They're lightweight, they're aluminum, and they're very versatile, and they can make kind of a big superstructure and get tied together, similar to the gambrel trusses above our head. And then this system can be rolled into position, which is a tremendous asset to minimize, again, crane impact and lifting anything heavy over top of the artifact. Next slide, John. This is a longitudinal section where you see the east side down the center of the nave. There's going to be a structure on the inside, which is going to have a big work platform, and then there'll be shoring and false work erected on top of it to carefully brace the existing concrete roof that's going to be carefully dismantled off of the false work. And then that formwork will also be used for the future replacement of the poured-in-place concrete roof. The west elevation, you can see on the left-hand side of this view, we'll have to close the west elevation with scaffolding, and you'll see that in some images for whatever amount of time it takes to stabilize and restore the artifact in that end. But we did design it so that that section of it can be taken away as soon as possible to open the view of the west elevation and be transparent about the work that's happening. Next slide. This is a view of what the TPE will look like for some periods of time. The gable roof up top will always be on. You can see the sheeting there. That's designed for the full wind loading of it. It'll never be removed, and that's an important feature that was determined to keep that into position. There will be some sunscreens and wind screens on the sides of the TPE to make sure restoration efforts can happen appropriately with the proper technologies that the conservators need. And it also will protect the artifact from wind-driven rain, which is a big thing. And there's going to be a gutter collection system that will be taken away and then distributed out to a temporary water distribution system that's currently being designed. Next slide. This is just a little bit more of a zoomed out view. You can see some of the there will be like a netting on the side of it, again, a sunscreen of sorts and a windscreen. They're going to be retractable on all four elevations. A worker can simply go up to it and pull it like an old chain door, and they can raise or lower the sunscreen to different heights. Also, to open it up, and if it needs venting, they can change the conditions inside of the artifact.
So you'll have a big housing up at the top to take that roll in?
I'm sorry?
You have a big housing of some kind up at the top
Yes.
to take the roll in?
Yeah, we'll have two types of housings. The roof section itself, you can see some of the strips going across the gable. They come in 7 and 10-foot wide sections, so even the main roof, those sections can be pulled back in case we have to get a special lift up through the center of the artifact while the roof's in place.
So you just like slide those out?
Yep, they actually pull just like a curtain, and it comes up and over, and a couple of workers can do it in minutes.
Wow.
Yep, the technology evolved in Europe, so it's pretty common over there, similar to what they use at Notre Dame. And then what the main white roof that you see will stay on pretty much all the time, and then the side screens will be pulled up and down, on an as-needed basis. When the west elevation is, netted, there's an opportunity to put a mural of the west elevation on it. That hasn't been decided on. But it's as similar as to what they did at the Visitor Center, and it's a pretty common application in the world right now, where you can print on screens and nettings and give an image of what's being taken place underneath of it. And then that'll be the system that goes up and down, and you can see where the gable end, that'll be pretty fixed throughout the life of construction. This is the juxtaposition of the previous design, where you can see it was a lot more of an open structure, and again, it had very unique footings associated with it. It had very heavy steel pieces associated with it, which created a lot of risk for lifting and things like that. And then it evolved into a much more practical ground-based system. Again, with the success that ATI's archaeology team had around the site, we took advantage of that, and made a much better decision for the artifact. And that's just, again, a zoomed-out view of what it may look like at certain times. And again, these sidewalls will be moved into different positions as needed.
So are the components in fabrication, and will it be installed at some point?
Yes. The good thing about it is the components a lot of them are modular now.
Mm-hmm.
So they're being sourced, some equipment's coming in from Germany for it. Right now, we're working with the subcontractors, and we're making the proper decisions on those types of things right now. So I'd say 60% of it's in America already, and already in utilization. And there'll be a minimum custom components, which is a good thing. And it'll be erected probably summer of next year, I would say. We're going to come in for a permit update at the end of January, and then they're going to commence ground preparation, which is going to take a few months.
Well, it sounds really exciting. We'll look forward to seeing it.
Yeah, it is.
What do you think the length of time on construction is going to be to create that?
To create the TPE structure, I would say that there's 3 months of ground preparation and to prepare the site, to bring the TPE into position. And I would expect that the TPE is going to take at least 3 months to erect, 3 to 4 months to erect once the ground is positioned. There could be some, depending upon some of the geotechnical decisions, we may have to wait a little bit of time. We might need some latency to compress the soils around the site. So there could be a little bit of a length of time where we need to do that. But I would say probably 6 months, about 6 months from the beginning until that structure is completely surrounded the artifact.
The other question, I think I heard you say there's no ground penetration.
Yes, so that was a big change from the previous design, because we had deep foundations proposed, at a big distance away from the site, and it just became really clear once ATI's archaeology team was going through it that there were so many special features below grade. It was like a dead letter office already. So we shifted to a ground-based solution and started working with the geotechnical engineers to improve the soil conditions, because there's no control when they excavate and put back the fill. They're not putting it back in an engineered kind of compact methodology that meets certain standards, so we have to be very careful about how to do it. So there is going to be some ground improvements, top 12 inches or so, around the site temporarily.
I have a question, but that archaeology has already been done. Is that correct?
Yeah, I would say they're going to be finished before we get there. They're probably 75% through, I think, Larry, 75% through archaeology. So it's coming to a conclusion now.
Okay,
So
but it's shifted now to totally above ground.
Above ground.
Okay.
Yep, exactly.
I have a question. What is the plan for, so once it is constructed on site, is there any plan for monitoring it and its impact?
That's a great question. I just sat through 15 hours of meetings earlier this week on it. So there is a very
Give us the short version.
Yeah, short version. Yes, there's a team of consultants and a restoration mason that is currently being interviewed by ATI. We're down to 3, and there's a very stringent monitoring program that's going to be put in place prior even to the erection of the TPE, and we're going to monitor it for at least 3 months so that we have the heartbeat of the site, and we know how the property actually moves during humidity levels and rain events and things like that. And then once the TPE groundwork goes out, there's going to be a second wave of monitoring that's actually going to monitor any settlement or pre-consolidation, which will tell us when we're ready to erect the TPE. And then when the TPE its structure is up itself, there's going to be an additional wave of monitors added to the TPE structure to monitor it, to make sure we have all of the information that we need in real time, hooked up. They're going to take readings with total stations probably every 5 minutes early on, especially when they're erecting it. And it'll be hooked right up to people on site, and folks like Pam and everybody and ourselves will be on the list.
I would just like to say thank you for these adjustments that you have made. They sound very positive, and particularly from an archaeological point of view. It would have been great if that had been the beginning instead of, but I really appreciate those changes.
Yeah, it became pretty good. Yeah, thank you. I mean, it was a great process to work through. It was challenging. There were some great ideas, but ultimately the best one and safest one prevailed.
Okay, may I ask one more question? A follow-up to what Laura Carrera said. So if the monitoring were to determine something has occurred that you didn't want to have happen, will there be provisions in place to take action against those anticipated occurrences? For example, if the soil moisture goes too low and that's determined to maybe be causing a problem, is there a system in place to add water to the soil or something like that?
Yeah, it's a good point. Yeah, so there's going to be a program set up, and there's going to be very strict limits set on movement once we know the heartbeat of the site after 3 months or so that we don't overreact to any movement. So once those thresholds are set, there will be alerts made, and then there's going to be it's going to trigger a triage of events that people are going to go out and check on the monitor. Most of the times on properties like this, they go out and they, like a worker kicked something or by accident, or somebody dropped something right next to a seismograph, and most of the events are rather benign. But the same process is going to be taken no matter what the event is. And then, if there are events that are, determining some other type of an intervention, we do have alternate means already queued up to intervene, especially when we're talking about the movement of the system.
One last question from my side. I'm sure you said it, and this is a terrific looking plan compared to the previous one, of course. But the wind load, how do you if something comes through, and how are you monitoring? How do you monitor the wind load, and how do you keep the structure in place on the temporary foundation that's going to come up? Is there some sort of strap system or water barrels or something that's holding?
Yeah, it's a great question. So it's going to be weighted, like you say. It's going to be through concrete blocks and steel plates that are going to be bolted to the actual blue structure that's going to support the roof system. And the roof's going to move and transfer the wind loads into that structure. And we have a very sensitive zone of the structure that we're working on with the structural engineer of record to make sure that we are very, very passive with any contact points that are on the artifact. So the structure isn't going to go up and just immediately touch the artifact. It doesn't rely on the artifact for its own stability. It's actually a reverse relationship. But it's a good question, and it's designed for the full code wind load, which is 115 miles an hour or so in this area.
Thank you.
Yep.
So I have a question. I'm going to go back to John's initial. So you're contemplating that it's going to come to us for permitting January of 2027, and then 6 months, it'd actually be visible. If you went there, you would see it.
That's right.
Okay.
That's right. It would be a permanent amendment. We do have a permit on the original design, but the amendments and the changes are everything that we're talking about. I think everyone here can feel that it's all really in the best interest of the artifact. So I think it's really going to check a lot of boxes and maybe concerns that some new folks might have on the design of the TPE structure.
Just thinking of a timing perspective,
Yeah.
the people ask questions like, when is it going?
Sure. I would say, if everything goes smooth and we meet again in January and then we get the permit, again, 3 months to prepare the site,
Right.
3 to 5 months to erect it. So you certainly should see it mid to late next summer.
And just to refresh my memory, it should be up how long? What are we thinking of?
How long do you think, Larry? I don't know if I can answer that one. Okay. Around 18 to 24 months is the current schedule from the construction manager to implement, everything. So the timing is right based on the permit set that Larry's team's preparing. So this structure will be up. We're ahead of them, but we're fully coordinated with the decisions that they need to make. We're ahead of them because we need to be, so that we can get the structure in place.
So just kind of following up what was asked over here, I understood you're going to be monitoring, definitely getting the heartbeat, figuring out, but throughout those 24 months, there is a consistent,
Every day, yeah.
Okay,
By
that's all. I just wanted to be
robots, not
clear.
humans.
Okay.
Yeah. And I say that in a positive way.
Quick follow-up on the wind loading. You said 115 miles per hour is a code required.
Correct.
Would it be prudent to consider exceeding that design event performance?
Yeah, and it's a good question, and we have redundancy. We have a structural utilization that we chose with the structural engineer record and the design team in the 0.5 to 0.6 range. So this structure could take a lot more. It's a great point. We're not we didn't engineer this right on the button. So with that redundancy is built in, and it's a good
to know.
question. Yeah, so it's more of a performance design that the owner helped. We could hear it from the owner and folks like yourselves on how important the artifact is. So we have very strict thresholds in our firm when it comes to these types of designs.
Is this structure something that the state owns, or will it be just rented from someone?
That's a good question. It'll most likely be rented and then, returned back into industry.
Because we have so many other missions on the UNESCO system and on the historic system that I could see this being used again if it was something
Sure.
we were to own. I didn't know if that was the case.
Yeah, right now, it's a rental proposition, but I'm sure that the time period is usually about 2 years when it becomes advantageous to purchase something, but a lot of owners really don't want the liability to have scaffolding equipment, but we have seen it. So maybe they purchase it and then they buy it back, might be the best thing. So it could be a short term, but it certainly is a good idea because it's going to be very flexible equipment that's adaptable to all of your artifacts here in Texas.
Thank you.
All right.
Are there any other questions, or Hope, are you wanting to say something?
Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, I just want to say thank you. Thank you for all your feedback. We believe that the Alamo project is surrounded by experts, the best of the best in their industry. But when we come before you and we hear the feedback, we acknowledge that that they are the best. So we welcome, especially because we're coming before you again in January, so we certainly will take your input and include it in that. But also, we want you to know that the staff and I, we acknowledge this important task that we have, the responsibility that we have for generations to come. And so we don't take it lightly. I will tell you that when I walk on the grounds, it just reminds me every day of that responsibility. We're so proud to be part of this project and so grateful to all that you do for our state. And we promise you and commit to you that we will not disappoint you or the state of Texas. So again, thank you for everything that you do, but most importantly, thank you for the feedback that you're giving us. I received a text when one of the presenters was presenting from Ernesto, and he wanted me to make sure that I told you that the cannon that is on top of the Toribia house is a replicate. It's not a real cannon, so we don't have to worry about the roof, and that it's made of aluminum. So anyway, so you see, everyone is so involved in this project that we probably even dream about it. But again, it is a tremendous honor to be leading the Alamo Trust. Never in my lifetime did I think that I would be doing this. In fact, the judge came up to me and reminded me that we worked together when I was Secretary of State. And I was sitting there and I was thinking, I thought when I was Secretary of State I was tall. But because, you know, everything was bigger in Texas, or is bigger in Texas. But I will tell you that representing the Alamo, I'm taller. So thank you all so much. Yes, sir.
When will this be taken to the public? Do you all have a plan on open communication of this, besides just to us, but to the, say, the people of San Antonio?
You know, Mr. Herman, it's interesting that you bring that up, because we're working with the Gallagher Group to make sure that we present an update to the community. We want to be acknowledged as a player. We're not just a historic site, but we're going to be an economic driver in the city. And so we're working on that, on changing the message that any city would love to have the Alamo in their city for what it represents.
Yep.
I'm serious. You know, look at my photos, and I am taller, but it's just a great honor. And I think all of us working together will make that happen. So yes, sir, we'll let you know when we update the city on that. Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, thank y'all. Elizabeth, I believe we have agenda item number 5. If you can
Yes, if
present
we
to us.
can get the original PowerPoint back up. Thank you, everyone, for your patience as we made things work on the fly, and particularly thank you to Teresa for keeping everything running smoothly. Okay, we are to our first action item on the Alamo, which is an amendment to permit number 1095 for conservation of the west facade of the Alamo Church. The Alamo Trust is requesting this amendment to a permit that was authorized back in April 2021 and has been very actively used by Pam Rosser, the Alamo Conservator, for ongoing conservation work at the church and Long Barrack. The proposed amendment will allow for comprehensive repairs to the iconic west facade of the Alamo Church. Under supervision of the Conservation Department and the project architect, the proposed scope of work includes hand raking of mortar joints and repointing of those mortar joints, replacing the mortar wash at the top of window surrounds, niche sills, and niche walls with a lime-based mortar. For the retablet cornice, it will be repaired with replacement of the existing waterproofing with a sloped lime-based mortar wash. So all of this is appropriate materials that are reversible. At the front entrance of the church and within a buffer around historic lime renders that are just very unique remnants of the Spanish colonial era, those areas are considered highly sensitive, and the Conservation Department will directly oversee removal of the mortar and the repointing within these areas. And you can see that, I think I have a pointer here. Not sure where it's these dashed lines. So you see the renders here in blue, and then you can faintly see the dashed line around that. So the areas, there's a buffer around those renders to ensure that the masons aren't getting too close without adequate supervision. Upon completion of this work, the masonry wood and metal finishes will be cleaned with the gentlest means possible, which includes laser cleaning. We've seen a successful test of laser cleaning on the Alamo stonework, and what's advantageous there is that there's no water involved. A lot of the gentle cleaning methods that we see on historic masonry are water-based, and we just have a very water-sensitive resource here, so we believe this is the best path forward. So with that,
Okay,
I'm
for
happy
the
any questions.
AAB, do we have a motion?
Yes, Madam Chair, I move to send forward to the Commission and recommend authorizing the Executive Director or his designee to amend Historic Buildings and Structures Antiquities Permit number 1095 for the west facade of the Alamo, San Antonio, Bexar County.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, thank you. Is there any further debate or discussion?
Okay, would it be appropriate to amend the motion to add the request for the statement of philosophical principles and materials condition assessment?
You can certainly ask for the amendment,
Okay.
yes. And is there any opposition to the
No-
amendment or any
No
comments?
opposition. Let me just say that I understand what Larry is describing, working on is a different set of activities than this. And so that information would be provided when he presents more final information related to
I
that
see.
permit.
So it's not necessary?
Well, it may be necessary, but I thought they were two separate activities.
Could we perhaps redirect that to a question to the Alamo Conservator or to the architect, who are happy to answer any questions about the philosophy and approach here?
That's fine. For the future, or?
Right, yeah, I think.
I think Pam is going to address some of that now.
Your question was about the philosophy of
Larry,
behind-
Larry talked about a decision-making matrix.
Yes.
And he talked about some decisions that were in process.
Okay.
And Bill is saying, can we get some reference background information?
Not an explanation, but the written
Yes,
statement
for the west
and
facade.
the assessment documents.
Okay, yes,
That
so
that support the decisions that seem totally valid and justified.
for this amendment.
Yes, I'm not really
Yes.
asking for an explanation.
Okay, yeah.
But for the backup information.
Yes, yes,
Okay.
which a lot of it is just following permit number 1095. And then also, we already have a permit for the cornice removal, waterproof membrane and replacement. So a lot of that is already in the two amendments. But I'm happy to share with you, because you like to read these documents just as much as I do, and to understand how we arrived at moving forward with this amendment to permit 1095. So happy to share that with all the commissioners.
Great.
Bill, would you still like to make an amendment, or are you good with what you have heard?
That sounds fine.
Okay, all right. I did have one question, and I believe I know the answer to this, but I just want to bring it up, just in case. The scope of work area and the architectural drawings show a portion of the area in front of the chapel within that APE for the project. I suspect that is for scaffolding that will go up, Pam, but I just want to clarify, there are no below-ground excavations occurring for this. Is that correct?
There are no below-ground excavation work happening for this amendment.
Okay, that's what I thought, but I just wanted to clarify for the record.
You're right on.
Thank you. Okay. Any other further discussion on the approval by the AAB? Okay, if none, then those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it, and the motion passes. We will now go to the commission vote. And there is a recommended motion. Do we have a motion from the commission?
I'll make the motion. Move to authorize the executive director or his designee to amend Historic Buildings and Structures Antiquities Permit number 1095 for the west facade of the Alamo, San Antonio, Bexar County.
Second.
Here, do you want to call for a vote?
Is-
Yeah, so we have a motion and a second.
I'm going to ask for any further discussion. Is there any discussion?
I've got one quick one. It should, when we're taking an existing permit like 1095, should it be a 1095A or B or C as we make an addition to an amendment, so we know where they were, what they were, when they were, and how they were, and that sort of thing?
Yeah, that's an excellent question. What we do when we amend the permits is the original scope remains, and we reissue the permit fully. The original scope remains in the scope of work statement, and then we append each amendment to that scope of work statement with the date that the amendment was issued. So that full record will be part of the permit when we issue it.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Okay, is there any further discussion from the commission? If not, those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no.
Abstain.
Abstaining. Okay, thank you. Bobby is abstaining. The ayes have it, and the motion passes. Okay, I have a little bit of housekeeping information for 3B. That request has been withdrawn at the request of the applicant, so we will not hear 3B.
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
So moving on to item number 3C, or item number 5 on the Antiquities Advisory Board agenda. This is for a new permit for vibration monitoring at the Alamo Church. We just heard the excellent presentation on the temporary protective enclosure and all of the ground monitoring that will go on to ensure that the ground is stable. This is a proposal for monitoring to ensure that during the construction of the temporary protective enclosure, the removal of the roof, and all of the other work that will be going on at the Alamo Church, that we have a good baseline for what the typical movement is of those walls, and then can understand if there is something going on during construction that is a concern. So the goal of getting this permit in place at this time is to allow for some baseline monitoring to occur in advance of the temporary protective enclosure being erected. So the proposal entails 15 ground monitors along the interior church walls. The exterior of the church, the masonry, will be measured in 3 phases with 85, 20, and 5 monitors in each of those phases. These monitors will be anchored into masonry joints with stainless steel anchors. A number of them are able to use existing holes within the mortar that were used for borescoping to see the interior construction of the wall and better understand it for structural modeling purposes. So those will not require new holes. Where any new holes are drilled, they will be exclusively in the mortar joints and not touching the historic stone units. Upon completion of the monitoring, hand tools will be used to remove the monitors, and repairs will be with in-kind materials. The final scope of work is 12 crack monitors to monitor specific areas of plaster or stone where cracks are currently visible. So we think that this is a really important measure to ensure that we have that baseline data and data over the course of the construction project to ensure that we don't do any irreparable harm.
Okay, thank you, Elizabeth. And this again for the AAB motion. Do we have a motion from the AAB?
Yes, ma'am. Move to send forward to the commission and recommend authorizing the executive director or his designee to issue historic buildings and structures antiquities permit number 1416 for vibration monitoring at the Alamo Church, San Antonio, Bexar County.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Is there any further debate or discussion on the approval?
So this is the heartbeat that you were talking about. This is, yeah, perfect.
Okay. If none, those in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Abstain.
Abstain. Motion carries. Okay, and again, now we have for the commission motion, recommended motion. Do we have a motion from the commission?
I move to authorize the executive director or his designee to issue historic buildings and structures antiquities permit number 1416 for vibration monitoring at the Alamo Church, San Antonio, Bexar County.
Second.
Thank you. There's a motion and a second. Is there any further debate or discussion?
I've got one question, I'm sorry again. On the vibration monitoring itself, who does the monitoring? Is this automatic? Who calls who in the middle of the night? Or if something comes up? I mean, I'd like to know, are we hiring a company? Is there somebody who's reviewing this like 24/7? How's this work, please?
Commissioner Tips, I love all your questions.
I think I know better than that, but
I can say that because I've known him for a few decades.
That's a fact.
So that's a great question. It really is. And as John with Plan B had stated, we have been in a series of 15 hours of meetings trying to determine the best subcontractor to hire to install the different monitoring that needs to happen. And then there is about a list of 15 to 20 people that will get notified should any of these vibration monitors, crack monitors, I'm not going to go into all the different type of equipment that's going to be installed, will go off, and we will all be notified, and there will be a protocol of what is to do should A happen, B happen, C happen. So we're ready.
Thank you, Pam.
Okay.
Any other questions or discussion?
No,
If
thank you.
not, those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Abstain.
Motion passes.
Okay, thank you very much. This takes us to a bit of an unusual situation. We have a permit that was denied at the staff level that Bandera County has appealed to the Antiquities Advisory Board and Commission for your consideration and potential reversal of the staff action. Bandera County Judge Richard Evans is here with us this morning. I will give an overview of the county's request, how we got to this point, and just provide you a general update on this permit, and then I will turn it over to Judge Evans to better explain the county's rationale for this permit request. So this is a request to, an appeal request for antiquities permit application number 1375 for installation of a parking lot on the Bandera County Courthouse Square. The Bandera County Courthouse was designated as a state antiquities landmark in 1981. Additionally, in consideration of a grant through the Texas Historic Courthouse Preservation Program, the county granted the THC an easement in perpetuity on the Bandera County Courthouse and grounds in 2004. This is the courthouse with a non-historic annex to the side, and you can see in the foreground an existing parking area that's within that courthouse square. I want to get to our aerial photo for most of this. The southwest elevation of the Bandera County Courthouse is the primary facade. You know, many of our courthouses have 4 equal entrances. This is one that does clearly have a primary face that is facing towards this main street here. There is existing parking around the perimeter of the courthouse square. You can see on the sides here, and then an existing parking lot within the courthouse square. The county's proposal is to construct additional parking, to reconfigure some of this parking to make it more efficient, but then to construct additional parking within an area that was the Bandera Law Enforcement Center, which was demolished in 2011 under a permit issued by our office. Let me advance to better show some of the context, and I'll go back to my notes. So again, this is the existing parking area, and then here at the bottom image is the proposed area for new parking. So, you know, what we're seeing here is an open space, but again, there was a building there until relatively recently. This is the existing conditions at the courthouse, again showing this existing parking area. You can't quite see the edge of it there, unfortunately. And this is the proposal to expand the parking within this area. So again, the courthouse is here, and the primary facade of the courthouse is facing the street here. So it is at the back of the courthouse square. So on March 10th, 2026, staff denied the permit, indicating that a proposal resulting in nearly half of the historic courthouse square being covered in parking would not be consistent with the Secretary of the Interior's standards for the treatment of historic properties. In May, we received a letter from Judge Evans asking about the appeals process, and so as a result, staff set up a meeting with the judge and county engineer who had designed this parking lot to discuss the county's parking needs and tried to see if there was a compromise proposal that we could potentially arrive at that would allow us to issue the permit. We asked about parking needs and whether there were any other, potentially viable locations for a parking lot, not on the courthouse square, but in the vicinity of the courthouse. And unfortunately, the county does not own any property that would be a viable parking lot location. There is an annex and a county library across the street that just has adequate parking for that facility. There's a county park as well, and certainly we don't want to displace the park for parking. So there really isn't a viable alternative location that's currently in county ownership. We, again, indicated a desire to arrive at a compromise solution that would allow some expansion of the existing parking on the square while preserving more green space. And this is just a very rough sketch that our staff prepared, suggesting an idea of what we might be willing to accept. So with some additional green space along the street and a green buffer at the rear of the courthouse. Our understanding from the county engineer is that this really doesn't adequately address the county's needs from a variety of functional perspectives. There is an existing mesquite, there's a mesquite tree here that is an old, very old tree, very picturesque, that is used in a lot of photos, beloved locally, that we were suggesting could be removed. So there's a desire not to remove that tree. In terms of the amount of parking that would be allowed and not wanting to have any dead-end areas, this suggestion was not seen to be viable, and we weren't able to arrive at any sort of a compromise solution that would introduce some additional green space. So that's how we arrived at this juncture today. So I'm going to switch back to the aerial photo just for context. So permits that are denied by commission staff can be appealed to the Antiquities Advisory Board and Commission in accordance with our rules. In terms of the standards that we use to evaluate permits, I want to give some context on that before turning it over to Judge Evans. Per our administrative rules, we rely on the Secretary of the Interior standards for the treatment of historic properties to evaluate historic buildings and structures permits. Specifically, Standard 9 and the Standards for Rehabilitation talks about new construction and new site features, stating that new construction should not destroy historic materials, features, or spatial relationships that characterize a property. Further, in our specific requirements for new construction permits, permits within the boundaries of an SAL must be reviewed and permitted in light of the impact on the historic, architectural, and cultural integrity of the cultural resource and site. For our historic county courthouses, the courthouse squares are really integral and an important part of their context and setting. And as a general rule, we are not agreeable to parking within courthouse squares. This courthouse in particular, it's not fully restored through our program. Again, it's only received emergency grant funding. So that's why we were looking at a potential compromise solution that could allow some parking that would then need to be reversed if the county were to come forward for a full restoration grant in the future. So the final bit of context I'd like to provide is the master plan for the restoration of the Bandera County Courthouse, which was prepared in 2000 to allow the county to participate in the Courthouse Preservation Grant Program. That provides historic preservation guidance specific to this property. The plan notes that the original landscaping plan of the courthouse is unknown, but it appears to have been, from historic photographs, appears to have been much the same as it is today, with a grassy lawn and several trees. The plan's recommendations state that, that there are 96 parking spaces in and around the courthouse square, 24 on site, and 72 around the curbed perimeter. A long-term goal should be to remove the 24 on site and return this area to courthouse square lawn. So on that basis, it's staff's assessment that a proposal to expand the existing parking within the courthouse square is not in furtherance of those master plan goals and would not meet the standards for the treatment of historic properties. So with that, I will turn it over to Judge Evans. You have between you, we didn't have quite enough to go around, but we have some photographs that he would like to reference. So if you could please share those, I'd appreciate it.
Elizabeth, I have one question for you before you leave.
Yes.
I noticed that in addition to the original master plan, there was an update prepared. Was there any change in the update specific to the recommended treatment of the courthouse square?
No, not for the square. Thank you.
So I have one
Elizabeth-
quick
Elizabeth.
question too. Under the standards that y'all are referring to, are there ever any exceptions, or does, you know what I'm saying, or it's just because?
Yeah. Every historic property is unique, and we try to look at the specifics of the historic design. For our county courthouses, the squares are just such an important part, that landscape, and having that open space is a really integral part of the setting of the courthouse.
But that's pursuant to the standards or pursuant to the staff's interpretation?
Pursuant to staff's interpretation.
Let's hear from the judge.
Yeah.
Judge Evans, if you don't mind, kind of keep your comments to about 6 minutes if you can.
I don't get the
If you
Alamo-
can.
I don't get the Alamo treatment. Okay.
You go ahead and take what you need, sir.
Yeah. Good morning. I do appreciate the opportunity to come up here and visit today.
I'm sorry, we, over here, we
Can't hear. I don't talk very loud unless I get mad, so, okay. The reason I'm here today is we need to make our courthouse more usable. We want it to be an operational, functional courthouse, right? The picture you have in front of you, that's the way it looked when I took office 30 years ago. I've been there 30 years. It was ugly. It was terrible. We had this old Justice Center that was there. It was leaking. So we actually went to the legislature and we got a bill passed so we could actually do an office and offices out of the county seat. Bandera is 1 square mile. That's all we have. We're surrounded by a river, less than 900 people. We got the legislation passed. We floated a bond. We built a jail, a justice center, courtrooms, district clerk, 3 miles out of town. That's what the legislation allowed. So we did that. Then we came back and we asked to tear down that ugly thing you see there. Okay. Some of the commissioners wanted to make it offices. I said, no, it's terrible. It detracts from our courthouse. So we spent about, my time's up. We spent about $12 million to do an off-site and to move that and tear that down. Subsequent to that, we also needed more office space. We spent $7 million recently to build a 20,000-foot annex adjacent to the courthouse property, so it wouldn't hinder the property. We were tearing down a building, the old tax office, to make parking there. But we still don't have adequate parking for the courthouse. I've been in Bender almost 80 years, right? My whole life. And I care a lot about our courthouse. We need it to be functional. I mean, I'm looking at architects is here. I Hope's been here a long time. If she hadn't signed that piece of paper, I wouldn't be here today to certify my election. But we need the parking. Our courthouse is the focal point of our city and our county. We have only one city. We have more parades than anybody in the world, right down Main Street. The courthouse is the center. We talk about all the parking places. If you're there on the, I don't know how many of you have ever been to Bandera. Have you ever been to Bandera? It's a unique little place, to be kind. But we don't have parking at all. That's a premium. And we're looking at tearing down another building adjacent to the courthouse to add some parking, but it will not impact the use of the courthouse. We only have one handicap access, that is in the back. That's where we bring the prisoners in. We need to be able to get close so we're not have them exposed to the public. It's where things could happen. So we feel like that we've spent $20 million to make our courthouse square a good courthouse square. And we're simply asking to take, we could have left that ugly thing that you're looking at on that piece of paper and made offices, but we elected to spend the money to make our courthouse more attractive to the public. So we're asking just let us build it, and we'll take care of it. We talked about the green space. And, you know, we've been in drought for 5 years. Our city is always stage whatever. You know, you can't have water, so there is no green space. It's dirt. It's dirt. You know, if we were to do something, we could xeriscape. But we feel like this is not going to diminish the site from the back of the courthouse. I mean, it's going to be, the curb stops will be shorter than the KR Blue stem that comes up, right? So it's not going to diminish that. So we feel like it's a benefit for the use of the courthouse. It's a benefit for all the events we have and the things that we do. Ms. Brumman has been very nice. She's very hard-headed. I don't understand that. and so am I. But I've just asked, please give us the opportunity to do that. We'll be finished. We'll have a courthouse that's functional, have a pretty view. There won't be anything obstructing it. And we welcome you to come. And as they said earlier, bring your credit cards. We like the business. So, but I would take any questions.
I have a question, or a couple of questions. So first of all, I completely understand about trying to maintain the square from a from a look and feel. So I completely understand and appreciate Elizabeth's report. What is the alternative? So one question is for Elizabeth, one question is for both of you. What would be, so the building was demolished, it was a non-contributing from what I understand. Right now it's just an empty field, correct? Okay. So my first question is, has there been a conversation about an alternative solution, which would be like a true grid? I understand your drought considerations, so true grid parking where you could have, rather than grass, you could have like a, you know, I know you're familiar, Elizabeth, but has that been a conversation? And would that be something that could be considered?
Just park on the grass?
Not necessarily grass.
An engineered surface, yeah.
My opinion, if we don't do the parking lot, we'll just leave it like it is and live with it. So, thank you.
Okay.
Let me make a comment here, since I'm the only one that was around when we wrote this program. It was clear that we were not going to be able to craft a program that fit every instance in every courthouse. The governor made it clear that when he put the committee together, we included judges to try and address many, many common concerns. I can tell you that I don't remember in those early discussions a parking issue coming up, because everyone considered it was going to be around the courthouse. You can't write a program like this and understand how to take into account every single unique situation. So the reason I'm smiling is because I'm going back and thinking about the discussion on parking, the discussion on grass. I personally don't see a big issue here, because the program was written to try to address common issues, not unique issues. And you've got a unique issue here. Now, I understand Elizabeth's concern, but we could never have written a program to address the issue you're talking about, Judge. So just wanted to give that editorial before we go take action. And yes, I totally understand where he's coming from. And I'm not going to vote before anybody else, but I wanted to make that comment.
Okay, so for the AAB, please, there should be some recommended motions.
Shall we get a motion on the table to have a little discussion?
Yes, we will have a discussion once we have a motion.
Okay.
Do we have a motion?
Well, let me read these motions
Okay.
here. I'll move motion 1. Do you want me to read it out?
No, that's okay if you don't want to read it.
No, I can read it. Move to send forward to the commission and recommend upholding the denial of Historic Buildings and Structures Antiquities Permit number 1375 for installation of a parking lot on the Bandera County Courthouse Square, Bandera County.
Do we have a second?
I'll second that motion.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so is there at this time any further debate or discussion? I believe that this is for the AAB.
I
Laura,
have
believe
one,
you
yeah,
had
I
another
had one more question, yeah, about the trees that you were, could you go back to the image and could you confirm that the trees are being removed or not?
So the county's proposal does not remove any trees. It's designed around the existing trees. Let me actually pull up the plans. So the county's proposal retains the mesquite tree in this area here. Staff was suggesting keeping this green buffer at the edge to give more of an appearance from the street of that continuity of greenery around the courthouse square. And so we were suggesting additional parking could be captured here. It's now our understanding that that's not something the county desires to do because there is that well-established mesquite tree in that location. So let me go back. I believe it is the tree right here at the edge of this image.
They are keeping it.
Yes, so their proposal would keep the tree. They are proposing to put parking in this area that is completely open here. So no trees would be removed in the county's plan.
Okay, is there further discussion?
Yes, thank you. I have a question for Elizabeth. Elizabeth, when staff were evaluating this permit request, how did the former presence of that law enforcement center factor into their evaluation of this permit request?
We certainly saw that as a mitigating factor. And so again, when we issued the denial and then had that further conversation with the county about, could we arrive at a compromise solution, we were willing to entertain some amount of parking in this area given that it had that building on site previously.
Do you know off the top of your head what was in the permit scope of work for the demolition of that structure? Like what was envisaged as the outcome as a result of that permit?
It certainly didn't address parking. It was simply removal of that existing building.
Okay, is there further debate or discussion? AAB?
I'd like to make a point. Bandera is amazing as a gem of a courthouse. I think the integrity of setting is very important to all courthouses and all historic properties. It's part of how properties are evaluated for why they would be designated as historic. So it's a very important issue. In making a decision, giving advice on this, I'm neither for nor against parking expansion here or there. It's more about the process of design for something like this so that it respects the setting. And there's some facts that are missing that make it hard for me to give advice. One would be just a simple parking study to understand what the parking situation is that demonstrates the need. And the other has to do with the chronology of landscape development over time. It seems like research could be done, and oral histories maybe, or stories from longtime residents to understand how the landscape has changed over time, over a century. Or more. This is an 1890s development, this property. So typically one would see maybe not a full cultural landscape report, although that would be lovely, but at least some research and investigation into how the property, the whole courthouse square has developed and changed over time, and then to see parking that would be successfully integrated into that with respect for that setting and the heritage of the place, and thus all the needs can be satisfied. And it shouldn't be that difficult, but it does require a bit of work and a little attention to detail.
I do have a question, Judge Evans, if you could come back to the podium, please.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much. When I was reviewing this, it's a question, and I did some research on it. The First Baptist Church is adjacent, is it not, to the square property?
Correct.
Okay. And there seems to be considerable parking at the First Baptist Church. So my question is, in doing some research, it doesn't seem to appear that the First Baptist Church has like a day school or a school or anything there. So there's substantial parking there. What would be the possibility, or it would seem like maybe there would be a possibility for the county to work with the First Baptist Church on some sort of agreement to use that simply during the work week when no one else is at the church and using that. What are your thoughts on that?
They have allowed us to use the parking lot at times.
Because it seemed it would provide basically the same number of parking spaces that you're requesting to put in the square.
It would be great, but that is,
Yep. Commissioner Hines, what I would like to do at this point in time, since I need additional information as the State Historic Preservation Officer, to hold this right now and allow me to work with the judge and get to the site and really do an overall assessment and really have a better understanding of exactly what your operational needs are.
I would welcome you to come when we have court someday, when we have 100 jurors driving up and trying to find a place to park. So
Let me know the date.
It'd be a great day to come.
Okay, so Chairman, we would like to then postpone to a certain date? Do we want to hear it at the October meeting then?
Maybe. Let's set a time to go down there, understand the issue. Then, we table the motion. A few of us are going to go there, look at the problem, and then come back informed. Right now, we've got different opinions on ground that I haven't put my eyes on. So that's my opinion. Right now, I think we table everything. Go take a look.
Chairman, now, one last comment to your point. I went to Bandera, Judge, to go look at this site, and I walked the entire site, went around it, went all through the town. Everything still looks beautiful. Archibald's still up and thriving. The reality of it is, it does take, Chairman, now a parking study and a landscape study, because there's a great opportunity for what you have actually taken away, which was horrible. I mean, this picture was horrible, to what could go back in there. And also, in the parking study, when that's done, you could come on Axis straight on into the courthouse instead of the way it is now. Even the way it is now is not something you're going to want. And you can enhance the landscaping, and that tree on the side that you're hanging on to, that's neither here nor there. It works, and I've got 3 studies that I'm willing to share. I mean, obviously, we're going to share. But I agree with tabling this right now, because there's some opportunities for everybody.
I just have 2 comments, okay? We have money in the budget to do the parking lot this year. I'm going to retire in December. I don't know what's going to happen. So I would hope we could get an answer so we could either move that money forward to next year's budget and get it done, or say forget it, put it back in the fund balance and do something else. But we...
Are you on a calendar budget fiscal year?
Sorry?
Is your budget calendar year?
No, it's fiscal year, not calendar year.
What
September
month?
1st.
September?
September. All right.
Got it.
I'll make it a priority to get down there as quickly as possible.
Well, I'll be happy to join you all if the schedule works out. I just want to offer a comment, and then I'll make a motion to table if that's what we want to do. The square, the courthouse square, is part of the courthouse. It's part of the value, it's part of the history. And the master plan indicates an intention to remove all parking from the square. So the fact that the staff has been flexible in indicating that they might allow an extension of the parking kind of in conflict with the goal of the master plan is, to me, remarkable. And perhaps we can find a solution somewhere, somehow. But I think it would be important for you all to try to find a way.
Okay, I believe we need a motion to withdraw.
This table.
Okay.
Okay, so I made the motion. I'm happy to withdraw. And then do you need a motion to table?
Yes, you need a second on the motion to withdraw. A motion.
I'll second the motion to withdraw.
And now, Madam Chair, I'll make a motion to table this item.
Is there a second?
You have to vote. We have to vote.
Oh, I'm sorry, yes. All those in favor? Sorry.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. And that-
now, here's a
that
motion to
carries.
table.
Okay, yeah. Yes,
And do
that was
more
what the-
information.
the motion.
I made the motion to table, yeah.
Okay, second?
I'll second the motion to table.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, the motion carries. Do we need to do it for the commission as well? We need to do it for the commission as well?
It's
We
just-
don't, we didn't pass it. Yeah.
Oh, we adjourn our meeting.
Okay, right. Okay. So is there any further business from the AAB? There being none, it is now 11:12, and this meeting of the AAB is adjourned.
Okay, Joseph, are you ready?
Yes, I am.
Okay, we're going to go to the executive director's report.
All right. Someone got the clicker?
Maybe so.
On page.
Click. Oh, go? All right. Just to give everyone an overview of the new staff introductions, we have 6 divisions with over 14 new employees. And they're listed on the screen right now. We have new employees in architecture, division of archaeology and anthropology, and then finance and accounting. The next slide just kind of outlines the staff that we have in the other divisions. Who's got the clicker? Oh. You're really going to leave this to me? All right. Human resources, history programs, and historic sites division. We have the list of new employees.
I want to know.
Yes, please. That'll help me go through this quickly. Just to give you an overview of engagements that have occurred in the last 3 months. We had a meeting with the TAP Pelon in regards to their concerns with the Alamo project, and then we're continuing that conversation. Caddo Mounds, we had a conversation with the chair and council, and we are working right now on a land management plan for that particular site. We continue our Texas tribal meetings on a regular basis. There's been engagement with the governor's office in regards to the markers program, and then we've also been working with the governor's efficiency office on rule review. We've just completed the MOU with the governor's mansion. We had a great tour with the First Lady's Main Street tour, and we received very positive feedback from her. Our engagements with other state agencies, we were able to effectively work with TxDOT on the transfer at Goliad. We were just notified that the reburial of the James Coriel has been approved, and we're working with the State Preservation Board and the State Cemetery. We have conversations underway with the Preservation Board, GLO, and TSLAC in regards to the Travis letter and how that is going to be displayed moving forward, and the expenses associated with working with all 3 organizations to make sure that we have safeguards in place to really kind of preserve and transport that very valuable document. At the State Preservation Commission, we have conversations underway on collection storage options for us, as well as TPWD, or Parks and Wildlife, and the Preservation Board. Parks and Wildlife is losing their warehouse space, and there's an opportunity where we could probably partner with them moving forward. We just completed a meeting with the Panhandle Plains Museum in regards to their collection. We had Laura DeNormandy, our chief curator, who did an overall assessment of that, and a report has been generated and forwarded on to the chairman for review. Panhandle Plains, there was a meeting to discuss their expansion of a visitor center on campus. We also have been working with the Houston Airport Authority in regards to the 1940 air terminal, and we were able to, with the help of Robert Miller, we were able to complete a 6-month license agreement that would allow us to get some due diligence in place, 6-month due diligence to assess that property and come up with a plan. We also are working with a nonprofit organization on the future of that collection. We continue our conversations with Goliad County in the transfer of the land that we would want to secure around the Presidio. We finalized our conversations with the city of Fredericksburg on the property transfer there. I attended the Alamo, the Educational Center opening. We continue conversations with LBJ Presidential Library on future partnerships and how we can then engage them on a traveling exhibit program. We continue conversations with the city of Port Isabel on their new visitor center and how the shipwreck collection can be utilized in their new design. The Marine Military Academy, we continue conversations with them on that particular museum development. City of Corpus Christi, we work with them. We've been working with them not only with the collections that they have in place, that they would like to retain the smaller collection since most of the collection has been moved out as they develop their new exhibit. The next slide. We've continued our conversations with the SpaceX on their programmatic agreement and their development, and the chairman has further conversations underway. And then with the National Park Service, we are in conversations with them with Palo Alto and how we can better program with them to connect all the battlefield sites in the area. And then there's a list of board meetings that have been attended. And then I'd like to invite Brad Jones up to briefly give a report on issues pertaining to Section 106 and the changes that are being proposed.
Yeah, Brad.
Oh, Brad Patter. Did I say Jones? Sorry.
Not Brad Jones, Brad Patterson, Chief Preservation Officer. So thank you, Joseph. Commissioners, the issue at hand is the proposed major revisions to the federal regulations that require federal agencies to consult with state preservation offices and others when planning and implementing their projects. This is referred to as Section 106. This is not simply a procedural update. It would fundamentally change how states, tribes, local governments, and the public participate in decisions affecting historic places. Section 106 has worked for nearly 60 years because it brings federal agencies, states, tribes, local governments, applicants, and the public together to identify practical solutions before decisions are finalized. It's important to first provide some context. This has been a breaking development, so there's no materials in your packet nor visuals. Sorry, just me reporting. The National Historic Preservation Act of 1966, signed by LBJ, remains in effect today with amendments. The act established preservation goals and policy for the nation, creating much of what we have come to know as historic preservation in the U.S. The act lays out state historic preservation officer roles, the National Register of Historic Places, National Historic Landmarks, certified local governments, responsibilities for federal agencies to identify and manage their historic properties, as well as establishing the role of the Advisory Council on Historic Preservation. Though separate, the Act is the foundation for the Federal Historic Preservation Fund, including the federal funds provided to SHPOs annually. Currently, THC receives about $1.9 million from the Historic Preservation Fund, or HPF, as it is often referred to. This partially compensates the agency for our work implementing various responsibilities under the Act. The actions being discussed by the Advisory Council do not directly alter or eliminate this appropriation to the states, though that could be a future outcome or consequence. The Advisory Council on Historic Preservation is a small federal agency with a staff that was recently reduced by about 2/3 down to a dozen staff members. The council itself is appointed by the president and includes public and representatives from numerous federal agencies as voting members. The National Conference of State Historic Preservation Officers is a voting member representing SHPOs. The council's role focuses on rulemaking authority specific to Section 106 of the Act, as well as some oversight and dispute resolution responsibilities regarding federal preservation efforts. Section 106 of the Act requires federal agencies to consider the impact of their undertakings on historic resources. It does not require a specific outcome. While the decision-making authority rests with the federal agency, the regulations have always included consultation with SHPOs as the state representatives and experts on historic preservation in their jurisdictions, as well as with local officials, other stakeholders, and the public as appropriate for the scope of the individual projects. Notably, Section 106 does not specify a preservation positive outcome, but it has required federal agencies to seek methods to avoid, minimize, or mitigate foreseeable adverse effects their undertakings will have on historic buildings, districts, cultural landscapes, and archaeological sites. From the state perspective, Section 106 is about our office, local officials, and the public getting the opportunity to influence how federal agencies implement their work in Texas. It hasn't been about stopping the federal government from doing their projects. By design, Section 106 cannot do that. It is about helping the federal agencies achieve their goals while avoiding or minimizing harm to historic places and sites. THC has been involved in at least 9,000 federal reviews each year, so this is not just the occasional federal project. Earlier this year, Council Vice Chairman Voles announced his intent to revisit the Section 106 regulations, emphasizing collaboration with council members and the broader preservation community while ensuring any changes remain consistent with the National Historic Preservation Act. Despite public assurances of a deliberative process and schedule that would include council members and stakeholders, notably state historic preservation officers and tribal preservation officers, the ACHP has quickly pushed forward a specific regulatory change that would drastically alter the Section 106 process, and some might argue violates the congressional intent of the National Historic Preservation Act. Considered within a single week beginning Friday, July 18th, the council privately issued nearly complete draft regulations and conducted an unassembled council vote that approved moving forward with the proposed rulemaking for the revisions to the regulations implementing Section 106. 16 council members voting in favor, 5 opposed, and 2 abstentions. The draft notice and regulation changes will now move to the interagency review process by the Office of Information and Regulatory Affairs, OIRA, within the Office of Management and Budget, before publication to the Federal Register. The length of this process can take up to 90 days, but it can be extended and is largely dictated by that office. Provided an emergency rulemaking situation is not declared that might make the new regulations effective immediately, there will be a public comment period upon publication in the Federal Register. So what's the big deal? The revisions remove the requirement that federal agencies seek methods to avoid, minimize, or mitigate adverse impacts to historic resources caused by their projects, permits, or approvals. It will simply require the federal agency to propose mitigation exclusively of their choosing rather than considering avoidance or minimization. Although the term consultation remains, it changes the process from substantive consultation during project planning to a notice of a federal decision and accepting comments. SHPOs would receive notice at the end of the internal agency process, no longer having an opportunity to influence the project, including the identification of what is historic, what the effects are, and the methods to avoid or minimize harm. The first time SHPO and others will learn of this project may be the final decision-making stage. The public and local governments would no longer even be notified, let alone consulted. Let that sink in. Federal agencies will not be required to involve or notify the local government, landowners, or public prior to taking action. There are some provisions that allow this to happen, but it's optional for the agency. While federal agencies have always retained the decision-making authority, the revisions make all aspects of the process exclusively at the discretion of the federal agency, including which, if any, steps they take and the time permitted. SHPOs, tribes, local government stakeholders, and the public are all sidelined or eliminated entirely. The federal agency becomes accountable largely to themselves. It limits review and consideration to only direct physical impacts on historic properties. It requires historic properties to be geographically compact in order to be considered. Complex projects where the resources and impacts can't be known today are handled through negotiated agreements that determine how the agency will proceed and address historic resources. Those agreements would no longer exist, and the federal agency would proceed with their project before those effects are known. The revisions exempt state and local actions from consideration. For example, it would appear that TxDOT projects, despite Federal Highways Administration involvement and funding, would no longer be subject to preservation regulations and to THC coordination. In another example, most housing and urban development actions are funded as pass-throughs to the state or local governments. These also would no longer be subject to the regulations. During past natural disasters, much of FEMA assistance has been delegated to the states, and even more shifts in that responsibility is proposed within various FEMA reforms being considered. This disaster planning or response would no longer be subject to review or consultation with our office. There are numerous other details of great concern, and the revisions also eliminate from consideration many resources relevant to the tribes. So does state law pick up the slack? Historic preservation in Texas is primarily tied to the state's Antiquities Code. This code would remain, but it does not apply to actions. It is largely only applicable on state or local public land. It's triggered by land. The Antiquities Code is reasonably strong for archaeological concerns, but it is limited and weak when it comes to buildings and above-ground resources that haven't already been designated as state antiquities landmarks. The Antiquities Code does not apply to federal land, and state laws do not apply to federal agencies. The fact that THC owns our state historic sites does not prevent the federal government from directly or indirectly impacting one of our sites. We're not immune. We already have a sampling of the situation these revisions would enact. The various border wall and road construction projects over the past 2 decades have been exempted from Section 106, as are now national defense areas along the border. Through a technique called a program comment in the name of warfighting readiness, all U.S. Army facilities are now exempt from SHPO review and consultation. Existing carefully crafted programmatic agreements, such as between the Garrison Command at Fort Bliss and the THC, are in the process of being terminated. We anticipate that all branches of the Department of Defense may soon fall under the same program comment and be exempted. The Army insists it's still following 106, and the Council agrees. But even for National Historic Landmarks, the Army only commits to considering preservation of front facades, excluding interiors, site, as well as windows, doors, and roofs, even on the front facade. Under proposed revisions, we will no longer have input on the National Park Service actions. For example, at the San Antonio Missions, so that's a little bit complicated because the diocese still owns the churches themselves. LBJ's Historic Texas White House, sites within Big Bend or Guadalupe Mountains, and so on. The limited leverage and ability we've had regarding recent U.S. Fish and Wildlife property that includes portions of Palmetto Ranch National Historic Landmark would go away. And notably, yesterday, maybe 2 days ago, we learned that the FAA separately intends to exempt commercial space activities from laws, including the National Historic Preservation Act. We've already mentioned highway projects becoming exempt, though the public land aspect would still trigger Antiquities Code in many cases. The use of HUD and other federal funds impacting historic properties and communities has often been an issue, but would be further weakened. For our own sites, that potentially impacts the public housing and land surrounding McGoffin Home State Historic Site. And we've also used state tax credits successfully to give us inroads into the preservation of some historic public housing in Texas. But with 106 considerations off the table, the tax credits may be as well. We would have no role in the FEMA or state recovery efforts, such as after Hurricane Harvey and the billions of dollars expended. Changes at airports that require FAA approvals, for example, future expansions at Hobby, should we own or manage the historic terminal there, would not be subject to 106. It's been 10 or more years, but there once was a federally funded 100-foot standpipe proposed just outside the walls of Presidio La Bahia. It was primarily Section 106 that led to that not being constructed adjacent to the Presidio. Federal projects impacting the viewsheds of our sites, including all of the forts, would not be considered unless they physically impacted the site or battlefield. This could be any type of project, including those with visual impacts. Cell phone towers are a critical infrastructure and have often been challenging to review due to their visual impacts. FCC regulation of cell towers, also subject to a separate legal attack, are current examples of carefully crafted, streamlined regulatory procedures agreed to by SHPOs, the FCC, and the industry. The standardized process doesn't eliminate all of the negative effects, but it compromises and balance. Those two would go away under the regulations. And cell tower construction anywhere without consideration of historic properties is a possibility. The examples go on and on. However, I'd like to end by quoting a Nick SHPO statement. Nick SHPO has spent the past several months surveying its members and preparing a set of recommendations for improving the Section 106 process. We acknowledge that there are issues that need to be addressed, and our position has been that thoughtful and careful changes can both preserve our historic places and allow for easier project delivery. This current situation, however, is a blunt instrument that would completely gut the entire Section 106 process. This is Nick SHPO saying this. It violates not only the intent of the National Historic Preservation Act, but it would return us to a world where federal agencies alone can decide what is historic, what can and should be saved, and what can be irreversibly lost. These conditions are precisely why the NHPA was adopted in 1966 to begin with. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Brad, I'd just like to say I'm trying to keep up with all of this, and so I really do appreciate this. And thank you, Joseph, for having Brad do this presentation. And if there's any way possible, could we get another update in October when everything is more final? Because I believe these are the biggest changes that have been made to Section 106 in well over 60 years. So these are significant and, critical changes that are being made that are going to really affect what happens with historic preservation, not only with the commission, but in Texas and the nation.
So Brad, these haven't been posted in Federal Reserve, so there's no opportunity to comment just yet.
There's not
What you're saying, but not in the Federal Reserve.
There is not an opportunity formally for public comment yet. There are lots of public comment being submitted, but there's no process or requirement that happen or be considered. Right now, they're under review with one of the offices. And then after that, they could go back to the council for another vote if they substantively change, or it could go forward for the publication in the register. And at that point, public comment would be taken.
I understand.
Unless they declare rulemaking an emergency. And then that could be skipped.
Thank you.
Does that address all non-perpetual care cemeteries as well?
This affects any federal undertaking that has the potential to impact a historic property. So if a cemetery is a historic property and eligible for the National Register or listed on the National Register, then the consideration would dramatically change. Non-historic properties aren't an issue relative to this law and this review.
I used to be the chairman of the ACHP Did it need to be improved? The answer is yes, because many organizations have figured out how to manipulate it. So Travis Voiles, as a guy I worked with in the state of Virginia, that's where he came from. Does it need to be improved? Yes. Does it need to be gutted? The answer is no. Difficulty right now is that there is not a good voice. And I would strongly encourage you in every state to get to their members in the House and the Senate, because that's where this is going to be addressed. I know everybody's gnashing of teeth. It needed to be improved. It didn't need to be gutted. So I, for one, am talking to people up on the Hill, but this is being driven by the White House, and it's going to be a tough fight. So that's, any other comments?
Yes, just one brief. The American Institute of Architects has taken notice of this, and they have encouraged all of us to send letters to our congressional delegation, which I have done. And everyone seems to be confused. I did, while I was sitting in this meeting, receive a response from one of my senators who talked to me about the Bureau of Land Management. So I think maybe some issues are crisscrossed there. But I agree, Mr. Chairman, that it is going to have to be settled, hopefully in Congress. So.
Yep.
I think some of this is being generated from experiences that are happening in other Western states particularly. Texas is a little bit unique. We don't have some of the exact same challenges because of the size of the state and the fact that a lot of the activities that are triggering these controversial projects in those states don't necessarily apply here because slightly different circumstances and things that aren't actually federal undertakings, but if they happen in a different state, they might be. And I would say that amongst all of the SHPO and Deputy SHPO colleagues discussing this, there is an acknowledgement that there's improvements that can be made. I suspect what we think are improvements are not exactly what all of the other stakeholders would think are improvements. But this is dramatically different than improving a process.
Right, well, let's hope something healthy and helpful comes out of this.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Brad. Thank you. All right, next slide. This is not the right slide. This is the LAR. So this is later on in the agenda. Just to give everybody an update that we are currently working with the Texas Regulatory Efficiency Office. We have done a self-evaluation. We have received feedback back from that office. We are working on doing a follow-up with their office. That's scheduled August 11th. And then we will continue the review of our rules and look at making them far more efficient. So at this point, I'd like to invite Patrick Gallagher to just come up and discuss the San Jacinto Museum Association with Amy Rogers.
Now for something completely different.
Thank you.
Thank you all, and we'll try to move through this as efficiently as possible, but we're at a very critical juncture with the San Jacinto new museum project and landscape plans, and we want to update you on where we are in the design process, but before that, Amy is going to give you a quick update on what's going on site right now, because there's active work happening on site, and just where we are. We'll be coming to you in October for a building permit. So the building permit will be for the new museum and the continuation of the restoration of the landscape. So this gives you a framing presentation of not only what's underway, but what's coming.
Hello, everyone. I will keep it incredibly brief. I know we've had a long day today. I just want to start with some quite exciting news because we've all been talking about this for a very long time. But we have finally secured the Army Corps permit for the Battleship Berth infill. So that was a major accomplishment. Yes, a clap is appreciated. Yeah. And I will say, we actually ended up, according to their original schedule, got that about 11 months ahead of time. And that was after having meetings with them and conversations with them and not just treating them like the regulatory, entity that they are, and getting them to understand us and what we were trying to do. And it really kicked them into a different gear. So I know it took a very long time and it was quite frustrating, but was proud to say we were able to find a way to work with them to really get this pushed through. So that's really great news. As I talk, I'll just kind of flip through. These are just some quick pictures to show you. This is similar to like a proof of life. This is proof there is action happening at San Jacinto. And as I go through those, I just want to go back to the chairman mentioned last night at dinner about the reflection pole and it going away. And so I just wanted to explain a little bit, and most of you already know the importance of where the reflection pole is and the story that that area tells. But just as a reminder, or for those that maybe aren't familiar, the site adjustment in that area is going to aim to faithfully recreate the April 1836 landscape between the Texian encampment and the monument. We're going to restore the native coastal prairie and all the concentrated tree clusters that we've seen on historic maps. To achieve this, the original topography must be restored by removal and infill of that area. And we have to reestablish the 20-foot deep swale that was the biggest part of why the Texians were able to make that advance upon the Mexican camp. So just wanted to reiterate that and the importance of that. And just real quickly, some more pictures. All of the infrastructure that was formerly used to support the battleship was removed. The gangway was removed. We had cranes out in the water. It's real exciting, real dramatic. So some buildings have been removed and demoed that are non-historic structures, and prepping for foundations and some upcoming work over the next 3 months once we get all our full permitting, grading of historic center building pads, locating, staking underground utilities, on-site nursery setup, wide-scale grading, fill arriving on site. We need 60,000 tons of fill. So if anyone knows anyone, let us know. We're in desperate need of some fill. Full scaffolding of the monument to do the work on the star at the top. And we'll have a 100% design development submittal here pretty soon, next week, and then moving into construction design. So with that, I will hand it over to Patrick, but just wanted you all to know we've got action, we've got dirt, things are happening, so.
Amy, would you also touch on, do you have a meeting with the Economic Alliance next month, is that correct?
We do, yes. The East Harris County Economic Alliance, which deals with all of the businesses along the port and all of the businesses in that area, are looking to really get engaged with this project and support it. So we have a meeting with them, myself and Chad, who you heard from yesterday. So.
Thank you.
Thanks, Amy. I'll move through this quickly. Because we're bringing the building to the commission in October for permit, we're not going to go too far into architecture today, but just to remind you, some exterior shots of the proposed new building across section through with the attachment point to the monument and the grassy roof. The new floor plan for the visitor center and museum and the rooftop park that will encompass the entire new visitor center and museum. A quick walk through the museum galleries. We are close to the end of design development, so the storyline, content, and treatment for all of these exhibition spaces is well underway. You can see the exhibit has been married to the architecture, so the ceilings where we wanted dramatic and high ceiling spaces are being planned in the architecture. We have a major film theater that is a double height space with a circular curved screen that will be part of a very dramatic battle presentation. Then the aftermath story. We have a series of not only important artifacts that'll be going in here, but there's also a series of very dramatic interactive exhibits for education and for families. And then we have a legacy gallery. The legacy gallery is part of keeping the concept and the understanding of the San Jacinto Monument relative and contemporary to the people of Texas and why this was such an important site. The monument itself will be, the ground floor will be fully restored and a new elevator up to the observation deck. So currently, the theater that's in there will be removed. The ground floor will be fully restored to original condition. Where the visitors enter the monument, there will be a large three-dimensional model that encompasses a whole site to remind them that it's not just the visitor center and museum and the monument, but this is about the site itself. So this gives them orientation to the site, as well as some interpretation, and some of our more important collection will be in the South Gallery, and then the observation deck will be fully restored, and some media interactives will be brought in as well to help people understand the dynamics of the site if they can't get out there. But the new elevator will help make this a much more accessible observation deck. The site and the grounds continue to be in design development. This is the proposed location for a new Sam Houston sculpture. It will be an equestrian sculpture. You can see the new visitor center in the background, so it becomes the apex of where visitors will access the site. This is the restoration of the Mexican Army camp, and I'll show you how we're going to access other parts of the surrender site. There's interpretation across the entire landscape. So wherever the visitors go, there'll be a form of three-dimensional interpretation, like this breastwork interpretation. The camp itself has interpretation, so people will really understand exactly what was there. There'll be some three-dimensional relief sculptures that are part of the breastworks. You can see those where the arrows are pointing down. The Santa Ana's tent recreation, the camp itself. So the full story is interpreted as much on the site as it is inside the visitor center. This is a proposed walkway that will take you back to the surrender site. So where we have marshy areas and we're concerned about people accessing it, we will have raised walkways to get them back there.
Patrick, that's not going to be the official name of that area, right?
Yes.
Will not be the area of greatest carnage?
No.
Okay.
That's our landscape architects partners. This is the Texian camp, and you can see the significance of the restored landscape as you follow the troop movement across the landscape. And again, this aerial view shows you why the reflecting pool will need to be removed, because it's in the most important part of the battlefield and will be the connection from the Texian camp to the Mexican camp. And this work is all in design development right now and will be part of the permit application in October. And happy to answer any questions, but it's right now our next largest THC project under development, and excited to let you know that by this time next year we'll be well under construction.
Great.
Patrick,
Yes.
when you mention the surrender site, are you talking about the site of the famous tree where Santa Ana was brought, or the surrender of El Montes?
El Montes.
Okay, because that was an actual surrender there.
Yeah.
We're calling the other site the capture site.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll just add one additional thing, and I know you were all seeing that through this design, but we had a board member recently who said, what we're doing on the site is like nothing you have ever seen. And the genius behind all the designers, The way we're interpreting this battlefield is incredible. It's allowing people the vision of the scope and the scale and the distance, and I mean, it is quite incredible. So we really look forward to it, something we can all be incredibly proud of when we're finished.
Great. Thank you. I'd like to invite Rory Cartier to come up and give us an overview on the National Museum of the Pacific War.
Thank you, Commissioners. And I too will kind of keep this at that 30-foot level. So my slides are not as pretty. Wait. Oh, hold on. There we go. Sorry, my slides are not pretty unless you like numbers. But we're going to go through this. And so the first few slides here will show you kind of our operational updates for the first part of the year. There are some challenging numbers, but there are also some very good-looking numbers in there as well, so the staff has done good here. And then we'll get into more strategic operations that we're going at the later part. So right now on this first slide, the real headline here is that 55,211 total admissions, but that is down from 2024. So for those of you wondering why we're doing 2024 is in 2025 with the Bush Gallery renovation, we were closed for the majority of that year. So we're going to 24 to get a better accurate benchmark. Now, we are down, but put in a larger national context, we're actually doing above average. So in 2025, the AAM snapshot gave us the most recent numbers of museums and cultural institutions across the country. 55% are still below pre-pandemic numbers. We are at 90%, so we're still ahead of the curve and we're still moving in that right direction. When we talk about education and programming, this is the numbers that we like to focus on. This is the heart of what we do here. The team is amazing. You can see over 400,000 total engagements in the first half of 2026 alone. We've now reached all 50 states and 39 countries, and we're up 246% year over year in program engagement. Our audience, our geographic reach and digital audience growth. Our team, again, does an amazing job. We continue to see positive results as we're going out and doing more marketing, targeted marketing, specifically in short reels and social media. While the numbers are important there by themselves, the overall growth, just as important are those two top bars right there, that age 25 to 34 and then 35 to 44. Those are our target audiences. We're seeing our biggest growth in these young families and young professionals. We're seeing that more and more, so we're engaging our new audience and expanding our depth of research to engage these new individuals to come in and to see our museum. You can also see there we're actually also converting these. So all of these engagement points have increased on-site online ticket sales, and they're also showing up more and more on engagement in our social platforms as well. So this is just a quick breakdown of our financial health and strength right now for the first part of the year. You can see despite some budgetary, we're lacking in budget, we're behind in admissions and programs. Programs is a little bit different because one of the big fundraisers that we have is typically in the first half of the year. That program is now being pushed back to November, so we don't expect any challenges there. But we're still ahead of budget thanks to contributed revenue. So operationally, we're a little behind. We will catch up, but contributions and grants and donations are up. We're way ahead of budget on that. And you can see there, we're also 9% below our budgeted expense. So the team is really taking into account the financial responsibility and fiscal duties that they have to make sure that we're utilizing the money as efficiently as possible. Now, got through that. This is some more of the exciting stuff here. So this slide right here is what we're talking about with a huge opportunity for the National Museum of the Pacific War. You saw the education numbers. You can see those numbers right there. We have reached our capacity when it comes to education. We can no longer, we actually have to turn away schools right now in our whole site. We have 2 classrooms, 2 dedicated education spaces. We have a classroom in the Bush Gallery that holds up to 40 students at one time, and we have a renovated Quonset hut down several blocks down the road in our Pacific Combat Zone that holds up to 20 students at one time. That means max, we can hold 60 students coming to our site. That's way below what we need to be able to host. So we are actually starting to have to turn away schools asking for more programming other than just coming and doing a walkthrough of the galleries. Our solution to this is this property right here. This is a former restaurant. It is directly immediate adjacent to the George Bush Gallery, so it's close proximity to our building. It is ADA compliant. It's got elevators, 8 restrooms. It's ready built. There's some adaptive renovation that will need to be done, taking out some walls, but no major structural work and no construction from scratch. And so basically what we saw with this opportunity is the location is imminent. We're not going to get this location again. It's much needed. And it's also a cost savings in the long run. So a new construction, if we wanted to look at a new construction building that we absolutely need, a new building would estimatedly cost about $8.6 million just for the building. That does not include the acquisition or the purchase of property, and none of that property is available in this proximity anyway. This right here will expand our classrooms and space. So there are multiple spaces, including a major classroom activity area that can hold up to 80 students at one time. And there are 4 breakout rooms that can each hold about 20 to 30 students each. It also has outdoor space capacity to host outdoor events and outdoor activities for kids and public programming given its proximity to our major gallery. So we also see this not just as an education center, that is our main focus, but this actually will also help with our revenue generation as well because there is a dedicated board space in there, so we can actually rent out space and make some money back on that. And for development purposes, again, giving the proximity, we can host after-hours events for donors to build those reputations and those relationships bigger than that. So right now, I think the commissioners know we've gone to the LBB to ask for some funds being reprogrammed for this. The foundation is actually under contract with this building right now, so this will happen. We would like the state's help on this, but the foundation recognizes the absolute need if we want to continue our educational impact and our civic leadership. So this is going forward. And then this is currently what's going on at the previous LARs. I just talked about some external funds that we had left over. That is not because we've cut anything. We're actually doing everything that we've asked the money for the first time. We're just doing it a little bit more efficiently, and we've seen some updates in our scope and our procurement processes. If you're familiar with our grounds, we do have our Memorial Courtyard, our Nimitz patio. That whole main section of the main site has been redone. So we've re-hardscaped everything, which is now complete. So all of our memorial bricks now have a concrete base underneath, whereas opposed to before when they didn't, so that was a tripping hazard. We have all that completed now. We have all of our flower beds done. We have it all landscaped, so we've worked with the landscaper, we've worked with the local Master Naturalist Society to help us with landscaping, and we also have our 100% automated irrigation system now in place to help us be more efficient and water conscious as we move, especially in Fredericksburg. You can see right there on the right-hand side, the Main Street project also consists of our statue program, so that is part of this project. And so we are continuing to do all of those statues. We have 3 on site. That is an example of the sailor statue right here. So those will be able to be placed throughout the grounds, leading to interpretation and into the Bush Gallery from the Main Street side. We actually added 2 extra statues to this program. We're adding a sitting FDR and with his dog Fala. And we're actually adding a Nimitz sitting down on a bench, so our guests not only will be able to see some of these statues in the courtyards, but they'll also be able to take photo op opportunities and a little bit closer interpretation of that. So trying to get where what our guests and visitors are looking for, and hopefully getting us some good publicity through shared media. To the right, you also see another project that's going on is the restoration of our Japanese Garden of Peace. So we are under contract with a company that was referred to us by the Consulate General of Japan as part of that to redo all of our water features and our koi fish. So that's the koi fish in our temporary pond, our pool right now as we go through all of this as well. All of this is expected to be completed by the first quarter of 2027, if not before then. And then the final slide that we're going to have is something that we're very excited about, and this is now in the museum's possession. So several weeks ago, with the help of a donor, we were able to acquire the original 1945 Iwo Jima monument created by Felix de Weldon. So this is the original monument. This is what the Arlington Monument is based on. This was his first iteration of it. It stood in front of the Naval War Department in DC from 45 to 47. And so it is 18 feet long, 8 feet wide, and 20 feet tall. This is a true monument, and this now becomes the focal point of our Main Street project. So we are rearranging some things, but this is a huge win for us, and we're very excited to be able to have this come to our site. Just as importantly with this statue, with this monument, we also get a lot of ephemeral artifacts that complete this collection. So along with the monument itself, we also get original photographs, some of them depicting de Weldon with President Truman and with Rosenthal looking and inspecting as he's doing this, and some original film footage from the original grand unveiling of it. We also get de Weldon's sketches. We have several sketches that he used to create this monument now in our possession, along with his tools. So we also got his original tool kit, and the chisels that not only did this one, but also the chisels used for the Arlington Monument as well. This also, because of this collection, we have now become the leading institution on Felix de Weldon, and we have the most complete collection of his artifacts now at our site. Not only does this help us lead that Main Street project, put us in the public's eye, especially on Main Street, trying to get that traffic. This also expands our educational interpretation and outreach for use of how do we use these objects to interpret the stories and to tell the larger picture of World War II in the Pacific. So we are very excited to have this. We are going to plan a big unveiling. We're aiming for the anniversary of Iwo Jima flag raising next year. We're working with several museums to have some really fun stuff. And so it's going to be a big event, and it should be a big event. And just for context, just to kind of see, I know that's kind of hard to see, and my computer skills are not as good as the marketing teams here, but you can see some of what this placement does. If you're familiar, I don't know how to, it's okay, I've got numbers, you're good. If you're familiar with the grounds, that number 1 is where our Main Street entrance is. That's the gate off of Main Street. Number 2, right there, is where the Iwo Monument will go. That's where we had the walkthrough. That's where we decided it will go to get the biggest visibility coming off Main Street. What this does, though, is this sets off a little bit of a chain reaction because 2, 3 are already occupied. So right there, where number 3 is, that is the gazebo. So the gazebo moves down a space to the other end of the courtyard. And then number 4 on the West Memorial Courtyard is where our large aircraft carrier Essex-class propeller or screw, that monument will move from currently where it sits at the number 3 spot into the number 4 spot on the West Memorial Courtyard to give us more visibility on Lincoln Street. That's also helpful because, again, that will also be able to be viewed from Main Street along that avenue right there, and that's also right across from the Visitor Center and public parking in Fredericksburg. So this all fits into the master plan, that the original master plan for the Main Street project. It just really exemplifies what's possible here. And so that is...
You want to show them where the education center is on that?
The education center, is right there across on Lincoln Street. So you can see it, it's at the corner of East Austin and Lincoln Street. So it puts it literally right across the street from the Bush Gallery. And also the museum and the Convention and Visitors Bureau actually have an agreement. So there is all public parking. There's public parking and right behind that on East Austin Street that we utilize for that. So we do have parking for this opportunity as well. So it is really a great opportunity for kind of everything. So right now, the staff has done an amazing job to keep things going. I believe.
One additional comment. Going to be transported flatbed. We're going to try to bring it through Austin for, let's just say, an appropriate photo op.
Yes, I've got a phone call with them later today, so we'll start getting the logistics on timing of when that'll happen.
That's what I need. Yep.
Rory, you mentioned that you're working with another museum. You want to share with the commissioners what will be there in February?
I figured you would want me to raise that. So we are working with the National Museum of the United States Marine Corps. So at the event that we plan on having in February, we will have the original flag that was raised on Iwo for that date on display. Remind me, I always get them confused. Jim said we're getting the second one.
We're getting both.
We're getting
the first
second
flag
one, yeah.
And the one that went up on the.
Correct, okay. So yes, so that is something
Rosenthal
extremely
took a
special.
picture of.
Is
Yes,
temporary or permanent display?
temporary.
Oh.
No, they're not going to let that one go. We can try, but I don't think they're going to let that one go.
You'd have a lot of Marines in Fredericksburg raiding it.
Thank you.
It's exciting.
Thank you.
That's exciting.
Where did that camp?
Okay,
Where was
Joseph?
that camp? You're next, sir.
I'm next.
Chairman's report.
Yeah, I'm right there. We're going to have first a welcome to Bobby Lee from Amarillo, our newest commissioner. And there you are. Thanks for joining us. All the meetings don't last this long. Look forward to your participation. I'm going to hold on everything else. You go ahead. Go to the Friends.
Friends.
Nothing else is critical.
Good afternoon, Chairman Now, and Commissioners and staff. My name is Aaron Dorfner. I got to meet some of you last night at the dinner. I'm the incoming chairman for the Friends of the Texas Historical Commission. I'm here in place of Donna Carter today, who's traveling internationally. So it goes without saying, but I'll say it anyway because it's my first time addressing the commission, but we really value the opportunity to support the Texas Historical Commission's mission. Anjali will make a broader presentation, but I wanted to give you just a few brief highlights of what the Friends has done over the last quarter. In general, the Friends is thriving and growing. In addition to our fundraising efforts, we've acquired some property, an 81-acre Red Onion property for the Presidio La Bahia, 5.79-acre property called Our Place near Washington on the Brazos, a small but critical piece, a 0.2-acre property near the Fulton Mansion. We're currently working to complete acquisition of land adjacent to the Eisenhower birthplace in Denison, and making a final and critical acquisition of a piece of property near the Bush home in Midland. So in addition, we're working on several agreements to work to quickly engage with partners, for example, like the Washington on the Brazos, with Washington on the Brazos. We're supporting the construction of the evocations at Mission Dolores, and we're currently supporting fundraising of capital projects at Caddo Mounds and Levi Jordan Visitor Center. We're excited about the projects and programs in our portfolio, and our focus as a board continues to be to guide the Friends towards sustainability at all times, and we want to be prepared to support the THC Commission. One of our immediate goals right now is to ensure that our team is fully staffed. Angela may talk a little bit more about that. With that, I'll turn it over to her, and I look forward as the incoming chairman of the Friends to working with you to continue to support the THC. Thank you.
Thank you, Aaron.
Angela, I'm going to say something here.
Sure.
The idea of the formation of the Friends a number of years ago, over the last couple of months, really came to fruition. WOB, Goliad, Eisenhower, there's other land issues up right now. Without you and your board, but without you, Angela, this never would have happened. So I know you were having some personal issues, and in the middle of it, you still got all this done. So I want to thank you.
Absolutely. It was a lot easier doing it, just hanging out with other stuff, but thank you, I appreciate that. First time I'm saying good afternoon, Chairman and Commissioners. I'm happy to be back and presenting on behalf of the Friends of the THC. I'm going to go through this at warp speed. Historic sites, we were really thrilled to be one of the 4 recipients of the Michael C. Duda Preservation Award, which is presented every 2 years by the Texas Historical Foundation. We had shared in April that we were one of the nominees, and we were really pleased and thrilled to join the Chinati Foundation, the Hemisphere Conservancy, and the Buffalo Soldiers National Museum in receiving this honor. I wanted to thank Commissioner Kay Hines for joining Joseph and Donna Carter and Sarah Gould, our board members, as well as Chris Elliott and THC staff in April at the awards banquet in San Antonio to receive the award. We have received a Library of Congress Teaching with Primary Sources grant for $25,000, and this was a request that was submitted in October, and because of all the delays in federal funding, we did not receive the contract until a month or 2 months ago, and have finally launched the project in partnership with Historic Sites Museum Services staff. So we'll be bringing more information about the progress of this project. This project is being done in partnership with UNT, the University of North Texas, with their Portal for Texas History and the Teaching Texas History for Teachers program, and the idea is to use those resources in combination with our historic sites to provide educational resources at the sites and virtually. Also related with historic sites, Caddo Mounds, as Aaron mentioned, we are continuing the work both on the design and engineering side with Richter Architects, which is contracted. They're contracted with the Friends of the THC to complete the design and engineering work for Phase 2, which is the Education and Activity Center. We are also continuing our capital campaign work. Our conversations with the Mellon Foundation are ongoing, and we are also invited to submit a request to the Meadows Foundation, which we'll be doing in the next couple of months. The delay in that whole process has been because of the change of scope in that project, and that feedback that we received from the Caddo Nation has now been incorporated into the scope that is presented to Richter Architects for the work. We just approved, Chris just approved the timeline for that completion of that work, and we hope to have construction drawings done by the end of the year or early part of next year, and then launching the construction on that project as well. We have another project at Caddo Mounds funded by the National Park Service Heritage Trails Program. This is for a trail, half a mile of trail, which will be part of the El Camino Real Trail project at that site. And the funding will also provide for some arbors and interpretive bayside. The idea, again, here is to develop the content for the wayside panels, but also work with the Caddo Council on approving, getting that approved, the content approved before we do any of the fabrication. We talked a little bit about the acquisition projects. Just want to go over them very quickly. At the Presidio La Bahia, we acquired 81.1 acres of what is considered to be one of the 3 massacre sites, the Red Onion property. That property has been conveyed to the THC, so it is now in THC ownership. We also acquired in May 5.79 acres of land adjacent to Washington on the Brazos. This is a critical buffer piece of property that provides additional parking, potential additional parking space for the site as well. We are holding this property, but we are in the process of conveying it over to THC in the next few weeks. At Fulton Mansion, this was a property that we acquired through a foreclosure auction, our first auction to be involved with. This is, again, a critical piece of property that provides direct access from the visitor center to the historic house now and closes that gap that had existed there. Again, and it has a potential for construction of storage space or maintenance space as well. Eisenhower Birthplace, I'm really happy to note that we actually now have a letter of understanding signed with Union Pacific for 2 tracts that they're going to convey to us for an amount of $15,000. They're small tracts, but critical ones adjacent to the historic house and one piece a little further down that will allow for some interpretive work at that spot. We are in the process of doing due diligence, so we do have a surveyor that is out conducting a full survey of both the tracts, and then we are also, because this was a quick claim proceeding, or it will be a quick claim deed that the Union Pacific will transfer to us, we're getting a thorough title research and title work done so that we can actually purchase insurance. And then we will convey the property over to THC. And then at the Bush family home, we are waiting until the fall when the specific property that we have identified will go up for auction. It has been listed for auction, so that is official. So we're waiting until fall, and then we'll step in and hopefully get that property locked in as well. The one thing I did want to note about Fulton Mansion, that was also, because it's a foreclosure auction, we don't get a warranty deed conveyed to us. So we have to wait a 6-month period to make sure that we clear title before we convey the property over to THC, but we're holding it until then. Real Places, very briefly, we do have a contract with Renaissance Hotel in place. We're working on sponsorships for 2027 already, and we hope to be able to announce a title sponsorship soon about the conference for next year. We have several funding agreements in place with THC that we're working on. The Washington on the Brazos town site, that is complete. The project is complete, at least the scope that we had taken on. The Mission Dolores evocation project is ongoing. The economic impact study, it's almost complete, but what Ruth Ann tells me is there's still work to be done on that. And then branding research, the same situation, almost done, but probably a little bit of more work to be completed between MPR and Slingshot, the contractors on that. And then, of course, we have a contract in place with GNA on the project management of 5 capital projects, Caddo Mounds, Eisenhower Birthplace, Levi Jordan, Monument Hill, and Presidio. And that's the owner's work that we are doing with GNA. Very quickly, we had our cohort of preservation scholars at THC this summer. We had 8 scholars. Camille Anaya, who is from Spring, Texas, and she is a sociology and American studies major at Trinity University. She worked this summer on the Mapping Texas Treasures project with Ana Alicia Acosta and Melissa Fontenette Mitchell in the Community Heritage Development Division. Our Larry Oaks scholar, Fabiana Bracco, is from Katy and is a history and museum studies major at UT Austin, and she worked at Sam Bell Maxey House on the 78 RPMs project with Stacy Flood. Victoria Case is from Huntsville, Texas, and is a Sam Houston State University undergrad, majoring in history and fashion merchandising and minoring in art history. And she has also been working on collections care at Sam Bell Maxey House with Stacy Flood and Ann Rupert. Trinity Franklin is from Nashville, Tennessee, and is a sociology major and anthropology minor at UT San Antonio. This summer, she was working on the Heritage Tourism for Gen Z and Gen Alpha project with Lance Catchings in MPR. And Angelica Mock is from Louisville, Texas, and is a student at Wesleyan University in Connecticut, majoring in history and museum studies. She has been working on the Uncovering Untold Local History project with Alicia Costello in the History Programs Division. Our Clay scholar, Asa Owens, is from Houston's 3rd Ward and is a nursing major at Prairie View A&M University. And she has been working through the summer with Leslie Wolfenden in the History Programs Division on the African American Tourism or Travel Guide. Emily Puentes is from Brownsville and is a graduate student at UT Rio Grande Valley, getting her master's in history. She has spent time through the summer at Casa Navarro, working with Antonio Coffey and Crystal Dominguez on an exhibit on Joseph Francisco Ruiz. And finally, our second Larry Oaks scholar, Anahisa Rodriguez, is from Weslaco, Texas, and she is also a graduate student getting her Master's of Science in Information Studies at UT Austin. And she has worked through the summer on the Archaeology Division Library project with Ryan Ramirez and Donald Fershing. The scholars will be finishing their 10-week internship next week, and they will be presenting to our board at our board meeting next Friday. All of you are welcome to join us if you'd like to hear what they've been working on. I did want to very especially thank, and I know they're not here, but the scholars went to the Alamo earlier this week on Monday, and they got an incredible behind-the-scenes tour led by Pam herself, along with a bunch of staff from the Alamo Trust. Welcome Wilson, our board member and the chair of the Alamo Trust, organized a boat ride for the students, and so they really had a wonderful visit, and I think it was an incredible opportunity for them to really truly see what actual hands-on preservation means and how it's done on the ground, and I think they'll leave with that information with them, which is what we really wanted for them. So I'm really thankful for that. We continue our outreach through our virtual events programs. We had 2 over the spring from March through May. And we have the rest of the year planned. We encourage commissioners to join us. They're really informal events with really quality presenters who come share their information with audiences that sit with us with their dinner and with their pets and everything, and have wonderful conversations. Our financials are up there as always for you to look at. I'm not going to go into details, but I'm happy to answer any questions. And that's the end of my report.
Great work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we move to the Holocaust, genocide. Somebody dropped something. Anti-Semitism Advisory. Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman and Commissioners. I'm Joy Nathan. I'm the Executive Director of the Texas Holocaust, Genocide, and Anti-Semitism Advisory Commission, the THGAAC. Our Chairman, Ken Goldberg, sends his regrets that he is unable to join us today in San Angelo. At our June quarterly meeting in Austin, our Commission voted to accept the recommendations of the Grant Scoring Committee to fund 6 projects for the summer 2026 grant cycle. These projects include exhibitions, speaker series, and campus educational initiatives. Those recommendations will be presented later today for your final approval. We will also seek approval to open a new grant cycle. One of the highlights of our quarterly meetings is inviting guest speakers to brief the Commission on mission-aligned initiatives. In June, we were honored to hear from Texas Education Agency Commissioner Mike Morath, as well as Dr. Luis Torres Ostos, Dean of the College of Education at the University of Texas, Rio Grande Valley. We also welcome State Representative Matt Shaheen, who shared remarks expressing his support for the Commission's work. We continue to expand our efforts to combat anti-Semitism on college campuses across Texas. This fall and spring, we will bring educational programs, speakers, and professional development opportunities to students and educators throughout the state, including the return of the Hayden's Now Traveling Cattle Car exhibit. Building on successful partnerships within the University of Texas and Texas A&M University systems, we're planning to expand our outreach to additional institutions, including the Texas Tech and Texas State University systems. The THGAAC is also preparing the legislatively required study on anti-Semitism, which will be submitted to the legislature in November. The report will provide an overview of anti-Semitic incidents occurring internationally, nationally, and in Texas, highlight Texas's leadership in combating anti-Semitism, and offer legislative recommendations to strengthen efforts to address Jewish hate, with particular emphasis on K-12 education and foreign funding in public schools. We will work directly with the Office of the Governor on this report and will share drafts with the THC for approval. Since 2019, Texas has required Holocaust education for students in grades K-12, and the legislation designated that the THGAAC oversee the approval and creation of Holocaust education resources. The THGA submitted a report to the legislature on the implementation of Holocaust Remembrance Week. One of the key findings was approximately 65% of Texas schools reported only somewhat or entirely they were not aware of the state's Holocaust educational requirements. As we prepare for the upcoming legislative session, we're focused on closing that gap, particularly in rural communities that are not within close proximity to one of Texas's 4 Holocaust museums. By way of example, for San Angelo students, they would need to go 6 hours to the Houston Museum, 4 hours to the Dallas Museum, 3 hours to the San Antonio Museum, or 6 hours to the El Paso Museum in order to make a trip to their museum, which makes a day trip for students nearly impossible. One of our primary legislative priorities is Holocaust Mobile Educational Labs. It's an initiative that will allow us to fill this gap. We're working alongside the TEA, the state's 20 educational service centers, as well as the Association of Rural Schools, and building a coalition to support this initiative. These mobile classrooms will bring immersive Holocaust education and professional development directly to schools in both rural and small communities, ensuring that students and educators across Texas have greater access to these important educational opportunities. As I conclude my report, I want to thank the THC for your continued support of the THGAC and our mission. We look forward to sharing additional progress with you and invite you to join us at our next THGAC quarterly meeting, which will be in Dallas on September 3rd.
September 3rd?
September 3rd, Dallas.
I don't want to, I know we're all trying to get through this, but I did want to thank you. You went down to UTRGV. The whole university was impressed on both Edinburgh and Brownsville campus, and thank you very much. It moved not only the students, but I think there was a lot of community people that also came. So
Thank you for assisting with that.
Okay. Excuse me, folks.
Consent agenda.
Yeah, I'm on the consent. That's what I'm, give me just a second, folks. See if we've got approval of the markers in there. I thought that was coming out. All right. Under the next is consent agenda. The commission may approve agenda items 8.2 to 8.10 by a majority vote on a single motion. Any commissioner may request that an item be pulled from this consent agenda for consideration as a separate item. Now, I'll ask if there are any consent items that should be considered as a separate item. And I'll start that by saying at 8.4, we are removing all of the historical marker approvals for right now. There, as everyone here knows, there's been some issues in the markers, and we are going to have a new procedure for moving them forward. So the chair will remove 8.4 from the consent items. Is there any other discussion? Being none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor of the amended motion, signify by saying aye. 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 Any opposed?
Abstained.
Thank you. And so we got that. 8.6.
On 9.
Yeah, that's down to 8, down to 9, got it. That's you.
That's me. Yes.
Tag, you're it.
Thank you, Chairman. And we had a good meeting yesterday. The Agency Services and Communications Division had lots of good updates on social media, on some of the work Agency Services is doing to try and help streamline the agency. We did have a little discussion, and we will continue to have discussions about trying to get the agency's budget, the agency's financial performance, and some of those metrics better understandable for those of us laymen that don't understand government budgets. So that work will continue, and we continue to push very hard on staff to try and find a way to explain the way the government funds all this to us going forward. So with that, we do have one action item, consider the approval of the 2027 budget. And I will go ahead and click on. So I will put forward a motion, move to approve the Texas Historical Commission's $163.2 million fiscal year 2027 operating budget.
Second.
Keep going. Is there any discussion on this budget or questions for Dr. Agale? All right, hearing none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Abstained.
Thank you. We'll move forward, and that concludes my report, Chairman Now.
Thank you. Archaeology, Commissioner
Yes.
Hines?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In the interest of time, I'm going to make this really quick. We had a really great meeting. Brad gave a number of projects that are in the works and about Texas Archaeology Month and any number of other things, and it was great, but I'm going to say, that's all I'm going to say in the interest of time.
That's it?
That's it.
Let's see, 10, architecture. You're up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We do have 2 action items, and I can say as much or as little as you would like. The Architecture Committee had a specially called meeting on Monday of this week to consider both items 11.2 and 11.3 and has moved recommendations forward to the Commission. If you'd like some background on the grant, you would?
A little bit.
A little bit, glad to do that. So this map shows the distribution of applications received for round 14 of the Texas Historic Courthouse Preservation Program. The 89th Legislature awarded $100 million to the agency to administer through this program. And with supplemental funding awarded at prior quarterly meetings, the total unobligated balance available for awards is just over $98 million. Applications were received from 27 counties requesting $158,974,225 in grant fundings towards projects totaling over $300 million. In terms of the breakdown of those requests, we received 13 requests for full restoration grants. Of those, 4 counties have 95% complete construction documents and are considered shovel-ready. That's Castro, Gonzales, Medina, and Van Zandt. Other applicants would need to go through a planning process in order to be ready for full restoration work, but we can award that concurrently. There are 8 counties that have agreed to accept a planning grant if they're not selected for construction funding, and 2 counties, Coryell and Delta, that applied for a planning grant only. 10 counties applied for emergency grants to address critical issues that endanger the building or its users. And 7 counties with courthouses that were previously restored through this program applied for emergency grants to address critical issues that have developed since their completed full restoration project. Based upon the final scores from the staff scoring team, the Architecture Committee heard 3 different funding scenarios, one that really prioritized full restoration funding, one that funded every emergency project application we received, and scenario 3 is the scenario that they move forward for your consideration today, which is a more balanced proposal. This scenario funds 8 full restoration grants, 5 planning grants, 5 emergency grants, and 7 emergency grants for previously restored courthouses. So the emphasis, as has been the emphasis of this program, remains on full restoration funding. And having 5 planning grants gives us a good pipeline of projects that will be shovel-ready for the next grant round. So it sustains that demand for this program. We also think that all of the emergency projects proposed for funding are critical needs that staff supports addressing. My apologies, it was split on 2 slides because it didn't quite fit. So with these awards, we will have a balance of just over $2 million, part of which you'll consider with item 11.3. I should also note that we have not included the approximately $4 million that we anticipate receiving through the Historic Infrastructure Sustainability Trust Fund. Our plan is to keep that in reserve for any emergencies or other out-of-cycle requests that come to us after these grant awards are made.
So, Mr. Chairman, the Architecture Committee did consider all this and brings to the Commission the motion on the screen. We move to approve the Texas Historic Courthouse Preservation Program Round 14 grant awards as shown in funding scenario 3.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Being none, call for vote. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Abstain.
You got it. Thank you.
Thank you. That takes us to a potential supplemental funding award for Refugio County for the Round 13 emergency grant. Refugio County did not receive funding in Round 14 through that action that you just took. In Round 13, they applied for over $8 million in grant funding. And their application, along with a very high planning application, resulted in the Architecture Committee recommending that we place a cap on grant awards for those grant types to keep in reserve funds for future full restoration projects at these courthouses. Refugio County is something of a special scenario. It was heavily impacted by Hurricane Harvey. It still has some extensive damage that needs to be addressed. And they applied for another $4 million in Round 14. Staff did not feel comfortable putting that full amount forward for consideration. But what you have before you presently is a request for around $800,000 in supplemental funding to address 2 very critical scopes of work. One of those is the most critical item from the Round 14 request, which is replacement of the roof membrane over the central portion of the courthouse. This is a courthouse with 2 side additions, but that central portion was not addressed after value engineering when we reduced their grant request in Round 13. The county and its architect have determined that the roof replacement on the central bay is a critical path item at this juncture. The other item that this award would address is something that was not in the Round 14 application because it's arisen since then. So what their current project, their current emergency grant entails is full replacement of the windows of this courthouse with hurricane impact resistant windows. We've since had extensive conversations with the county, their architect, and their insurer to better understand whether full replacement is needed. Many of these windows are in actually very good condition, all things considered, and could be repaired. And that's the direction that we prioritize through this program, is retention of historic fabric and historic windows. What we would like to put forward as a solution that gets them better hurricane resistance in the future but allows us to retain these historic windows is installation of laminated glass within the existing sashes. So that's an additional cost above and beyond what it would take to replace the windows with new windows. And that is why we are coming forward with this request for supplemental funding, is the cost to retain the historic windows but improve their performance in a future storm event exceeds what is in their current project budget. So since this is something that has been very much pushed by staff as a better preservation solution, we do feel that this is good cause to waive the $4 million cap and award some additional relief to this county.
So again, Mr. Chairman, the committee considered this in full in its meeting on Monday, had a great discussion with the staff and with the architect, and we bring this motion on the screen to the commission. Move to award supplemental funding to Refugio County in the amount of $844,702, which will require a minimum local match of 30% of the increased cost and an overall local match of 58% of the new total project cost.
The county's aware of that.
Yes.
Yes,
Okay,
the
sorry.
judge attended the meeting and was enthusiastic about this.
Good, thank you.
They're glad for any relief, additional relief they can get.
Second.
Motion, second. Any other discussion? Being none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Abstained.
Good work, thank you.
Thank you.
Well, let me just say that it's the staff who did all the work. It was our pleasure to attend such a happy Architecture Committee meeting on Monday.
Hey, Charles, where is he here?
Yeah. Charles.
There he is.
Okay, just a minute, I was reminded, we have a special request on a historical marker from an elected official. You go ahead and give us a quick overview, because I'm gonna call for a vote on this marker only.
Okay, yes. So we received a request for an inscription for a church marker from a legislative office, and we were already pretty much complete with that process, but we hadn't made the deadline to include it with the inscriptions this time. But we worked with them to go ahead and complete that, get all the approvals we needed from the county historical commissions and sponsors, and it is now in your packet.
What town is it located in?
Houston.
Okay.
Okay.
Say that again?
It's in Houston.
Yeah, Harris County.
Harris County.
I can get that number for you, so then when we get to Lilia's report, we can do a motion for that specific marker. Would that be helpful?
Okay.
I'll prepare that.
Joseph correctly reminded me that we did have that marker. We've got to move on because of timing.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
My apologies, everyone. I realized I had a printed handout since the Architecture Committee's action was just on Monday. You'll receive this by email, but just in case you'd like a copy for your records, I'll pass it out now.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right, hello, thank you, Commissioners, good afternoon. I am Linda Henderson, Division Director of the Community Heritage Development Division, and Pete Peterson asked me to do a very quick report.
Since we have no action items.
We have no action items. Please read the quarterly report that tells you all the great activities my groups are doing all around the state in 254 counties. Thank you again to the Texas Heritage Trail Program regional directors who have been here this week with us. They do such good work, and we are so happy to be partnered with them. And I love that Melissa Hagens referenced the Spark program, because that has become a great way for us to support local communities in telling their own stories and recognizing what is important to them, which goes a long way when we have so many counties out there. So I also just wanted to highlight the First Ladies Tour that we had in May in Killeen and Borger. By all accounts, everyone was pleased with the day. The First Lady unveiled renderings that our staff did for each community. Tanya Tucker was there, so everybody had fun with that. And I just wanted to say thank you again, Chairman, for helping with that and with getting the First Lady to both cities. And thank you all. That is all.
You might want to try to find another co-sponsor so that the distance with planes can be covered. I would suggest, Joseph, you all really work. I'm going to try, but we're clearly going to need any more. We're going to need 2 planes.
We also priced what it would take to use the state plane from TxDOT. And in the past, it's been a challenge to get the First Lady on that, because the governor's office determined that there were some ethical questions that might come up. Not that there were ethical issues, but that there could be questions. But for staff, that might be an option, or for other people doing state business. But it was still, would have been around $7,000 to use that as a second plane. Yeah. And we just didn't, that is just not something we pursued this time. But it really depends on which cities are featured also, whether we even need a plane. So. But we will certainly keep that in mind.
Otherwise, we're going to be to one, unless we get private
sponsors.
Thank you. Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is Chris Elliott coming up?
All right. Historic sites.
Director Bell, Mr. Chairman.
You're on.
We had a lively and lengthy presentation yesterday, and I want to say that I really appreciate this young man before us today who gave the chairman a lot of support. I'll ask if you had any comments having to do with general statements having to do with all the activities that we have in historic sites. It goes from.
Do you want general comments? I don't know if I have any general comments. We have a lot going on, obviously. We have up to 10 motion items that need to be approved. Each one of these items, though, I'd like to bring up the experts on that to speak on it if you need to. Sure. That's okay. All right. So the first one we have, I don't know if is Bill still, oh, sorry, Bill's already out, so I'll handle this one for him. So it's the renaming of the Iwo Jima Monument Museum and State Historic Site. So we were looking to move the name to the Military Heritage Center, honoring South Texans.
I'll go ahead and move to rename Iwo Jima Monument Museum State Historic Site as the Military Heritage Center State Historic Site with the tagline honoring South Texas.
Second.
Got it. Motion and second. We'll vote. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
One abstention.
Oh, one abstention. Okay.
Did you have
let the record show one abstention.
Next, we have Brad Jones. He's going to talk about the deaccession of the objects.
All right, in my new role of handling the collections side of the agency, the curators have asked for permission to deaccession a number of items from these historic sites. These are actually primarily removal of non-existent items that are on inventories, but we don't actually have, or items that are either not site appropriate or basically are in bad condition. The committee approved this completely, and so we would just like to move on right to the commission motion.
Sure. I'll move to approve the deaccession of objects from Eisenhower Birthplace, Fulton Mansion, Sandville Maxey House, and Varner Hogg Plantation State Historic Sites.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none, we'll vote. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
Abstain.
Thank you.
Next.
All right. We came back before you. You had all approved us to explore this pipeline. We have finally gotten to a great point. Kristen working with their legal team. Quick reminder, it's just at the front triangle at Independence and Vista. It goes way underground. They don't even enter the site to put this pipeline in, and it doesn't prevent us from any further development in that area.
Okay, we have a motion.
So move. That's quick.
Okay, a motion and a second. Any discussion? Here, we'll vote. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Next.
Okay, and then next you all heard from our committee co-chair, Chad Muir, and our board chair, Kobel Jorgensen, about our naming opportunities for the capital campaign project. And so we are asking for your approval to start those endeavors.
I'm going to ask Jamie to make this one.
Move to adopt the San Jacinto Battleground Donor Naming Opportunities Plan and authorize the San Jacinto Museum and Battlefield Association to use this plan in their capital campaign efforts.
Second.
And I'll second. Any further discussion? We'll vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Motion carries.
Abstain.
Next.
Good afternoon. This is the consideration of the approval for the TxDOT land transfer, which covers the southern portion of the Fannin Burial Site and Loop 71, which wraps around Presidio La Bahia and the Fannin Burial Site.
Thank you. I'll make the motion. Consider approval.
Second.
So there, have a second already. Shall we go ahead and vote? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
All right, we're making it through it pretty quick. So, second to the last one, consider the approval of the Historic Sites Infrastructure Stability Trust Fund for the projects for FY '27. The projects include Owner's Representative Services, Levi Jordan, Goodnight Ranch, Cattle Mounds, the Iwo Jima Monument and Museum, and San Jacinto Battlegrounds, and it's in accordance with the trust outlook.
Okay, you want to do that one?
Move to approve whatever that was, fell. Move to approve the list of projects from the Historic Infrastructure Sustainability Trust Fund for FY 2027.
Second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
Abstain.
And last but not least, we want to consider the approval of the Historic Site Infrastructure Stability Trust Fund reallocation of money to Fort Martin Scott State Historic Site. This is previously money that was allocated to Mission Dolores for their evocation project. That project is on budget and a little bit under budget, so we decided to reallocate that money better suited for Fort Martin Scott.
So move as read.
Have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Any
Thank you.
additional discussion? Hearing none, we'll vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Opposed.
Thank you. Charles?
Okay, and Chris, tell you guys, they've done great work out in the field, and the maintenance project is going really well. All right, Charles, I know Lily is gonna take care of it. Do you wanna get?
Yes, we're going to go ahead and start with the history report. We had a very, very informative meeting. We are trying to put all eyes and better the markers, and we're trying to be very organized and focused, so things are going to get much more expedient and better. But Charles will handle the action items, and we're good to go.
So as mentioned by the chairman, we want to go ahead and put forward one specific marker from the list that you're considering. However, we have to follow some procedure in doing that, so I'm going to ask Kristen to explain how we can do that.
There will need to be a motion to reconsider posed before the body, and then if the motion to reconsider passes, then the motion that was moved to pull that item from the consent agenda may be amended and a new vote may be taken.
So there has to be a motion that we are reconsidering this marker.
You have to make a motion to reconsider the consent agenda.
Okay.
So to whom do I make, I'd like to make a motion to reconsider agenda item 8.4.
Second.
Okay.
Is that all you need?
And then you have to call for a vote.
Okay, so we'll call for a vote to reconsider the
Agenda item
8.4
8.4.
agenda item. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Abstained.
Okay, so just to make sure, because 8.4 covers the entire list of markers, and
Right,
the
so-
chairman's wish was all of them got pulled.
So now we're going to modify.
We're only reconsidering the one marker.
Yes.
Yeah.
And-
So the motion needs to be,
Modified.
And I can give you the marker number so that you can make that amendment to consider just the one marker.
okay.
The marker number.
Excuse me.
I have
The
a
original
question.
motion
I have a question.
was
Lori
to-
just made a motion to do what with 8.4?
8.4 was the entire consent agenda.
Right, but we
And now we're gonna
voted
modify it.
for it without that.
You voted to approve the consent agenda
I know.
as amended by pulling the markers,
Yeah.
all of the markers. So now you
Yeah,
have,
but Kristen,
can't
we're
put it
at
back
liberty to
in.
pass any motion to put another motion on the table, is that correct? Because it's part of our
under
agenda.
Robert's Rules of Order, you have to go backwards before you can go forwards. And that's what we've just done. So now you have pending before you the consent agenda to remove the one marker motion.
So the,
So you can amend, you can move to amend what you did previously.
Right.
so we are, would the idea be we're making a motion to only pull this one marker, but the other markers will remain?
So we're,
No, so-
I think we're just modifying what was under 8.4 to be
Yes.
specific to the one
one.
marker we want to
To
take
one
action on, right?
You're moving to modify that and reconsider the consent agenda with just that one marker.
So we have to go all the way back to the consent agenda?
Yeah.
No, well,
We just did.
the motion was to approve the consent agenda by pulling all of the markers. So now you're going to move to approve the consent agenda by approving all,
By approving
by
one number.
removing all but one of the markers.
Right. Oh, so we remove them.
Yeah, because this is,
Again.
Yes.
Now we have an active item on the table that has all the markers, and we need to modify that active item to just be
So-
specific to the one
technically-
marker.
Let me make sure I understand one thing. He pulled the one item out of the consent. He's at liberty to pull that out. We're not, that item is still out there. He just pulled it out of the consent. So now that we're in this committee, we can now reconsider this one item because he pulled it out. So under Robert's rules, he pulled it out of consent. Consent passed. Now this one item, we can go ahead and consider separately from the consent agenda. We don't have to do that. Now, any commissioner is at liberty to pull a single item out of the consent agenda, and it can be considered separately.
Yeah, we already
But
voted.
he didn't just pull it out of he pulled it out of consent.
Right.
Not
But
for y'all
can't you
to
approve
consider
it just separately?
later. You approved the whole consent agenda without this item.
Right, but now we're just going to approve this item on a whole separate motion. not part of the consent at all.
I'm still not clear, because it's still out there. It's still an agenda item that was pulled from the consent, so now it's simply available for us to consider at any time during this meeting.
That's not how Robert's rules work. I mean, when you pulled it off of the consent agenda,
It just pulls it to be considered.
no, sir, you removed it. Because his idea was that you were tabling the whole issue of all of the markers. So you're just going back and you're going to approve the consent agenda
But we only want one marker.
and consider this one marker and remove all of the others.
But we can move, take an item out of the consent agenda and consider separately, which is what John did,
Yes.
right? So now we're considering it totally separate from the consent agenda.
But by removing it, by pulling it out of the consent agenda, we can either decide to take action on it, or we can choose not to take action on it. So now the commission is choosing to take action on this one agenda item by amending this one agenda item to reflect that the intent of the commission is to only approve this one marker.
Right.
That is how the chair is going to rule in this case, and we're going to go forward.
Proceed.
And if it's incorrect, then y'all can chastise me tomorrow, so.
But we have to deal with Lori's motion.
Right, I can put it back in if you want. I just took, I made the item pulled from consent active, and I can put it back in, and we can have
Okay,
a
so
different
let's,
motion.
let's do that.
Finish that.
Okay,
Then
so
we
I'll
will finish
withdraw
that
my
process.
motion to reactivate item 8.4. And I can't remember who seconded.
I did, I think.
All right,
Maybe.
you have
So
any
we've
objection?
already voted on reactivating the consent agenda, I guess. So now, if someone will move the consent agenda with the amendment to item 8.4.
So
What is
not
the,
even
what is the
item
number?
eight, not even item.
Right, not
we're
even
just
item-
gonna,
what
we're
is the-
going
what
to
is the
move
one?
to approve a marker that Charles is just gonna tell us about.
Right, so which one is it, Charles? It's one
The
in Harrison?
marker is 24 HR 09 for Immaculate Heart of Mary Catholic Church. 24 HR 09.
So, Mr. Chair, I'd like to introduce a motion to consider approval of,
A single marker.
of, and does the committee have to do this, or the commission?
No,
Just the commission.
just the
can do it.
commission.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to move to adopt approval of final form and text of one official Texas historical marker with delegation of authority to the Executive Director of the Texas Historical Commission, working with the Commission Chair to resolve minor textual issues arising after commission approval. And the one marker is marker in Harris County, 24 HR 09, Immaculate Heart of Mary Catholic Church.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, I call for a vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Thanks, Charles.
I promise the rest of these motion items are much less complicated, so we can go through them real quickly. 14.2 is for our new application cycle. We received over 200 applications, really healthy cycle. We are canceling 50 for various reasons, but we are being very detailed in explaining why these marker applications are being canceled, and we'll invite people to meet with us to talk in further detail about how they can be successful in the future. And there is a motion.
I move that the commission adopt approval of 168 applications and cancellation of 50 applications for official Texas historical markers in calendar year 2026.
Second.
All right, I have a motion and a second. I have one question for Charles. This
Yes.
means that we're authorizing you guys to go out and do research on these 168 applications, essentially?
We've received the applications, we've received the narratives, and now it's time to start, once we get the approval, we can start writing them, and then working with the CHCs to make sure we get a proper inscription and doing additional research as necessary.
Okay, thank you. All right, any other questions? Hearing none, I call for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Abstained.
Motion passes. Next one.
14.3 is consider approval of types and prices for official historical markers. You approved this list or this table about a year ago, but we are adding one additional marker to the list, which is why we're bringing it before you. We have a new marker called the Historic Texas Freedmen Cemetery marker. It's going to be very similar in shape and form to our already existing Historic Texas Cemetery marker, but we're now adding it to the price list as we move forward with this new program. The prices are remaining the same otherwise in all our different categories.
Move to adopt approval of the price changes for official Texas historical markers for 2026 through 2029 as recorded in the attached table that we saw previously.
Second.
I've got a motion and a second. Is there any other discussion or questions? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Abstained.
Motion passes.
My final item is approval of Executive Director's appointments to the State Board of Review. We have 4 new appointment recommendations, and their information is in your packet, and 1 reappointment recommendation.
Move to approve the State Historic Preservation Officer's recommendations to appoint David Busick, Charles Davis, Robert Fiat, and Clark Wernicke to reappoint David Danafelser to the State Board of Review for terms to expire September 30th, 2028.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none, call for a vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Abstained.
Motion passes.
Thank you.
All right.
All good. Thank you, Charles.
We are now going to move into the Executive Committee. And with Chairman now not here, I will take over again or continue to hold sway. We had a pretty good meeting yesterday, and we have a number of action items that we do need to, with the number 1 being approval of our LAR request, our LAR for request to the legislature. So if I could get somebody to make that motion.
Move to approve the legislative appropriations request for FY 2028-29. Any final adjustments necessary before submission to the LAR to the legislature may be made by the Executive Director with the approval of the Chairman.
Second.
I have a motion and a second, and I'll ask that the entire commission be familiar with the LAR as we go forward, as it's complicated and very important to the future of this agency, and I think we all need to be able to represent it as we go around and talk to our representatives and everything else. So, with that being said, I'll call for a motion. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed?
Abstained.
And the LAR, that motion passes. We'll now move on to consider approval of a grant to the Lockhart Rosenwald School from the appropriate earmark of the 89th legislature. And Elizabeth, you want to give us a slight background?
Yes, during the 89th legislative session, the legislature deposited over $58 million into the Texas Preservation Trust Fund. Most of those funds were awarded by the Commission at the November 2025 quarterly meeting, except for $5 million specifically for preservation of historic Rosenwald schools. Representative Barbara Gervin-Hawkins, who is a legislator who introduced this particular line item, has indicated her intent for $1.5 million out of the $5 million to be dedicated to the Lockhart Rosenwald School. Our staff is currently working with the Most Worshipful Prince Hall Grand Lodge, the owner of the school, to administer an existing grant award from the 88th legislative session. The lodge engaged Carter Design Associates to prepare a rehabilitation report, and so we have a cost estimate for the overall project that is in excess of the $3 million that organization currently has in Texas Preservation Trust Fund dollars. So we do believe that this additional $1.5 million is needed in order to bring this particularly large Rosenwald School back into active use. Willie Coleman, the chairman of the Carver Lockhart Restoration Program, was with us yesterday, and he's very appreciative of the Commission's consideration of this item.
Mr. Chair, I'll move to approve a $1.5 million grant from the Texas Preservation Trust Fund for preservation of the Lockhart Rosenwald School, Lockhart, Caldwell County, and waive the one-to-one cash match requirement.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Is there any other questions or discussions on this?
Quick question, will it take a total of, you have 4.5 million for this project now?
Yes, sir.
And have you got a guesstimation as to what it's going to take? That's a pretty big project.
That is a big project. I don't recall the exact number, but it's upwards of $5 million, so they do have some additional funds to raise.
Okay, and they'll raise those monies themselves prior
Yes.
to the 4.5 million being?
No, we'll be able to continue giving them, we don't provide the entirety of that grant up front. We need to have a scope of work and budget
Okay.
clearly identified. Right now, they have just recently gotten under contract with Carter Design and a number of other consultants to prepare construction documents. After that point, they'll be able to go out to bid, and we'll have a comprehensive sense of what the project will actually cost. At that point, and I anticipate they'll draw down the remaining funds at that juncture and get started.
Thank you.
Okay, any other comments or questions? Hearing none, I will call for a vote. All in favor of the motion? Say
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Abstain.
All right, motion passes.
Thank you.
Consider approval of appointees to the Texas Preservation Trust Fund Advisory Board. You just have one, right?
We just have one. This has been a vacancy since February of 2025. We had our bank and savings and loan representative who had served for a number of years, decided not to seek reappointment, and we've been searching for someone with that expertise who is willing to serve on this board ever since. And so we're very grateful that Dan C. Frank III, who's the President and Chief Executive Officer of the First National Bank of Fort Stockton, is willing to serve in that capacity. He really understands rural communities and the challenges that many of our grant applicants face, and so we think he's going to be an excellent addition to that board.
I move to approve the appointment of
sorry.
Dan C. Frank III as the Bank Savings and Loan Association representative on the Texas Preservation Trust Fund Advisory Board.
Second.
I've got a motion and a second. Any questions or comments? Hearing none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Abstain.
Motion passes.
Thank you.
Okay. Anjali, review and approve private fund, projects requiring private funds in excess of 50,000.
Thank you. As you know, in accordance with the Memorandum of Understanding between THC and the Friends of the THC, all projects that require $50,000 or more of funding from the Friends have to be approved by the Commission and sent to the Friends Board for approval and acceptance. And so we have in your packets that list, which was approved by the Executive Committee yesterday and sent to the full Commission for your approval.
Move to approve the list of projects as presented and to request that the Friends proceed with fundraising.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any comments? Hearing none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Abstain.
Motion passes. We'll move on to confirm reappointees and new appointees for the Board of Trustees for the Friends of the Texas Historical.
Thank you. Again, per the MOU between THC and the Friends of the THC, the Commission appoints one more than half of our trustees as Commission appointees. And any Commission appointees that come up for a renewal of term are also have to be approved by the Commission. We have three trustees, Sarita Hickson, Harriet Latimer, and Diane Duncan Tucker, that have come up for a renewal of their term starting September 1, 2026, ending August 31, 2029. This was approved by the Executive Committee yesterday, and we're requesting the full Commission to approve these reappointments.
So moved.
Second.
And you took out the one,
Yes, yeah.
Yes.
thank you.
I think Teresa was kind enough to edit this for today.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none, we'll vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Are we discussing item 15.7 today? Joseph? Item 15.7, are we discussing that today?
No.
No, I figured.
No.
Yeah. All right. Thank you.
I have 2 items for your consideration. The first is the approval of funding the highest scoring projects. I'll give you a little bit of background. At the January meeting, the THC voted to open this cycle. The grants, a separate grant scoring committee reviewed these projects. At our June meeting, the THGAC commissioners made the recommendations of the top 6 projects.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to.
Highest scoring application, projects 1 through 6 for the THGAAC Education Grant.
Second.
Second.
So I think we have a grant, that's awesome. We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Abstain.
Okay.
Okay, the next item for your consideration is the approval of opening of a new grant cycle. The projects would conclude by July of 2027.
Move to approve the recommended opening of THGAAC Education Grant Cycle for Texas nonprofits. Projects will conclude by July 2027.
Second.
A motion and second. Any comments or discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that one is approved.
I know, you did it once before.
There you go.
I think we get it.
We have consider approval to, oh wait, is this?
Yes.
That's yours again, okay.
We
Sorry.
were tabling.
Okay. Kristen, do you have any legal updates for us?
I just have a report for you, and I'm happy to pass that out. And then if you have any questions, well, we would go into executive session.
Can hear, can you?
I think we'll,
I'm sorry, at this end of the table, we cannot hear.
We can't hear.
She could speak up here.
Apologies. I said I have a report to give out to you, and if you have any questions, we would have to go into executive session to discuss.
I'll give everybody a couple minutes to kind of peek through this. But my intent was not to take us into executive session unless someone has a specific question. Hopefully everybody's been able to read through it. Is there any, if you have specific questions, we would have to go into executive session, just to reiterate. But we can take everybody in if needed, or we can move on to our next item. Okay. All right, commissioners, that concludes our agenda. Is there any further business before the commission? There being no further business, it's now 1:20, and this meeting is adjourned. And thank you for everyone's time and patience through this whole meeting.